Hello! Welcome! Welcome to the office hours. My name is Paul, Berserker01 Batman Shell, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How y'all doing? Ugh. I got my haircut. Yeah, I thank you, Jen. I fixed that. You've been waiting all week for this? For what? I'm gonna watch a little bit of the video with Benoit. I just don't think it's. I'm probably gonna fall asleep during it. They do fine. There's some stuff in there. The one thing, and I will say this, because I don't want to go into it too deep, because I feel like I need to kind of sit down and actually make it like do some decent, like pull some stuff together. But I've said forever that
you can take away my spaceship.
Before we do that,
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
no,
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
TK Rex just resubscribed for 17 months. Been taking a break from Star Citizen. How things?
You picked a hell of a time to come back, DK. Thank you for that 17 months of support. You're a very important pupper, very precipice, a very neat pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Oh, yeah, stay on break. People are comparing this current patch to 3.18. It's not 3.18, but it is very similar to 3.18. It has the similar pattern, which is problem with it. Yeah, it's. I would wait until at least September before coming back to Star Citizen. They're treating it like it's a 3.18, which tells me that internally they're seeing it as a 3.18. Well, Jared knows the vibes. And I'm not going to lay into that too much. I will say this, and I may go into it a little bit more, but it's not really something worth going into it any further. I will say CAG has removed me from their content creator list. So any of the perks that content creators get, which honestly isn't that much, I am no longer privy to. I'm sure Interior's over it. I'm a little upset that they didn't have the guts to actually email me. They at least emailed Tarada. They haven't emailed me shit. They just took me off and are being quiet about it. Yep. Let me put it this way, y'all. Content creation, being on the content creator list, isn't a mark of anything. There are people who are much smaller than me who have content creation. Much people who are bigger than me. There are people who have bigger audiences than me that don't have any connection with CIG, because CIG fundamentally fails when it comes to dealing with their YouTube side. Because the the community team is much more comfortable with Twitch, they tend to favor Twitch streamers, which they use fine, but they're not. They have a blind spot when it comes to YouTube. Which is one of the reasons why I tend to go to YouTube to find new content creators to talk with them, because, especially for like Captain's Table and that kind of thing, because for those of you who don't know, YouTube is one of the biggest gaming websites on the planet, if not the biggest. I see the lore guy, shame on them. Maybe they'll have other lore people. I'm not going to not do lore for Star Citizen because I like the universe. And I think it would be a shame for a lot of the work that they do to be to just kind of go into obscurity for the amount of work that they've done, you know, careers worth of writing for like 4 writers. It's a lot of work. And as somebody who's writing their own book, it's not easy. This shit isn't easy, especially trying to keep everything together. So the fact that they've done as well as they did is impressive. And it deserves a wider audience, which is why I hope Squadron 42 comes out and does well. But I'm also, like, under no illusions that anybody but me will care. It's a cut off the nose despite your face act on their part. It's not unusual based off of my experience with the company. More than likely, word got out that I was talking about it, and the higher-ups basically said, ice him out. We can't trust him. Because one of the fundamental things you have to understand about CIG is that they're paranoid. Management is exceptionally paranoid. They believe that there are people who are out there whose sole purpose is to destroy them. Now, some of those, I'm just trying to fix my camera so it's not like super tilted down a little bit. It's tilt it up a little bit more. They're still under the experiences. They still have the experiences of the early backer days. And they're constantly judging people. And more than once, they have put me on a list where they didn't want to talk with me because they were afraid that I might be too negative, that I might be sincerely looking to destroy CIG. Now, culture has changed over time. And my little snippet of insight from that might be small. It might be out of date. And it's a 1,000-person company. There's a lot of people out there. But Paul, you're a white knight. I'm out of CIG's official inner circle, as it were. Their content creator program. That's all I'm saying. Arbiter. Don't do that, Saint. There's no point in doing that. CIG will do it or they won't do it. I didn't mean to release that information that I released out of malice. I'm frustrated at CIG, but I released it in the same information that was given to me, and that was under my understanding the spirit of the project, which is open development. I'm still frustrated that CIG apparently is still saying it's officially on track for release this year, when it's like, why are you lying to people's faces? You can see it in your Jira. like, really? Why are you gaslighting people, guys? You know better than that. That being said, I still intend to cover Star Citizen. I still intend to cover Star Citizen as I have been covering it. I said many, many times that I would not halt my critique of CIG simply because of the partner program. And so I hope that this gives me credibility, at least to some of you out there, to know that, no, I'm not just a shill for CIG. I never was a shill for CIG. I earnestly and honestly believe or trust the information I've been given, or that the stuff that I believe that I talk about. So, now you know. I wouldn't blame you if you didn't out of spite. There's no reason. I don't gain anything out of being spiteful. CIG doesn't gain anything out of being spiteful. Mike's out of their purview, but I think Mike's got enough friends inside CIG that they're okay. And let me do it this way: I talked to people I know at CIG at the Bar Citizen. Most of them were a little nervous about me, or with me being around them, but they were cordial. And, I talked a little bit of business with some of them. I learned some stuff. Like, I learned that what I didn't know was that consistently the highest traffic period that CIG has is Invictus. So, May is their highest month in terms of like concurrency, which is fascinating because there's a pattern that's emerging. Y'all don't go like screaming about this to the high heavens. It's not really that big of a deal. It was a completely, like normal response for someone like CIG to do this. The fact that they haven't served me with legal papers is a testament to their restraint. Notice me, senpai. Hey, normally. So, Paul, it sounds like this plot to throw us off your scent is being a shill is a grand success. Yes. No, I don't think CIG is that stupid. I think they understand that, like, suing me because I said something would just blow up in their faces and would become more of a PR disaster than just, like, shutting up. Which they've done. They shut up and cut me out because they don't want me to share that information. None of the information that I got was under NDA in terms of like, I wasn't under NDA when I got it. It was shared to me freely with the understanding that I would be speaking about it by the people who I talked to. This was not in any way, shape, or form anything other than me talking with people entirely off the record in the sense that I wasn't going to release their information. Like who they were. Several of them don't even work for CIG anymore. So. They would have to prove you wrong if they didn't sue you because it's coming out in 2026 or 2027. Yeah. It's got an army of lawyers. CIG ready. Oh yeah, baby. Oh, the school teacher has an army of lawyers. Yo, I'm simply sharing the same information like I shared the information I had before. The one thing I will glean into that is that it does lend credibility to the folks who are talking with, who I trust the information with in the first place, that I was right. Because they would have said nothing and done nothing if I was wrong. Or they would have reached out and been like, what are you doing? They didn't reach out to me. Nobody at CIG reached out to me officially. They just took me off their list. And they removed me from their partner program. And did it quietly, which is fine. If that's the way they want to do it, it's cowardly, but it's how it is. Do I think Ollie's going to take over for Jared? That's actually a good question because this leads into another thing. Ollie got hired recently to work for CIG, which is fantastic. Ollie I think he's got a couple of kids now. I know he has one kid. So working in a job like CIG is a lot more stable and a lot more consistent than doing content creation on your own. And he's a fantastic content creator. I really do hope CIG utilizes Ollie for their content going forward. Because I love Jared, but Jared is one man. And this company has grown so much over the last 14 years that one person alone cannot handle managing like recorded content and live content and anything else. Like he's managing the team as well as doing a bunch of other stuff. One person isn't enough. And that's causing people to grate against him and see him as the enemy, which really they shouldn't because it's Jared. What Jared needs to do is step back and get people who are professionals at this. Like, hell, Galactica would be a fantastic person to do some of these live streams because she has experience doing these sorts of things when she worked with World of Warships. I'm trying to think of who else in that team. Nikau, Ulf, all of those are fantastic. They're really good on-screen presence. They can do what they do. So No, I don't think Jared wants to step back at all, but I think he should, because it's not good for the project. With a lot of these studios only lasting 4 years and laying people off at random, honestly, getting a secure job like CIG is good. Well, yes and no, because I've known a couple people who've worked on the team that Ollie got hired for, and they all left recently. Some of them left of their own accord because they're like, one of them was, quote, something to the effect of like, I'm not going to stick around for 4 more fucking years while they make this project. I got other things to do. He was fairly young, though. I think I can remember his age, but he was younger than me. So, made sense. He wanted to get his career in mode and ground in doing just one game for, like, I don't remember how, it was longer than 4 years. But he left. And so, like, I know people have been laid off recently at CIG, or at least left at CIG. It's hard to tell layoffs from left because CIG does typically give a fairly generous package when you leave the company. At least that's my understanding, where they get significant amount of money for basically unemployment. They get paid their salary effectively for, you know, a couple of months so they can get off. They just leave. They get them out. So, and I think they even pay for their health insurance. So it's like it's fairly decent exit package. But in return, you sign an NDA, you shut the fuck up, and never say anything about what you were like at Star Citizen, at CIG. So if CIG does do layoffs, and they've had them in the past, they'll do them secretly, and you won't know about it until too late. And I've been seeing signs of people leaving. So it's hard to tell which is leaving and which is being let go. But I'm on the side of let go rather than leaving. Imagine laying off and hiring a random CC. There was a writer they hired, their first writer they had hired in a long time. He was working for CIG for like a year, maybe 2, and then they fired him because LA studio closed down. I've heard rumors of people leaving from Squadron Team, but that's all rumors right now. That's what I've been seeing is people leaving Squadron. You just looked at LinkedIn. You look at LinkedIn and you find people's profiles. You'll find people have left CIG, specifically working at Squadron. A lot of them who've left from Squadron. Do you think it's a sign they're going to release soon? Possibly. I do think that they're still going to be delayed until 2027, based off of the people I've talked to. But I think a lot of the, as I've said in the past, I think people are so walked into the idea that CIG is going to pick up and move directly onto episode 2. That idea seems far too myopic. It's assuming that CIG only cares about Squadron, and I think it's because a lot of people are super like burned by CIG. So like they see Squadron 42 sucking up all the resources, and they're afraid that if Squadron 42 does well, it'll suck up all the resources again, and Star Citizen will simply just, it's that meme of like the big dude with the water coming into him, and then the shriveled up guy who's dying is getting like drips from the pipe. That meme. That's what people think is happening. Star Citizen is somehow dying of thirst while Squadron 42 is getting all the love and attention. And in reality, it's more like Squadron 42 did a bunch of stuff, and then they're moving that stuff over to Star Citizen. Some of it doesn't work, so they're trying to play with it, make it work to go in there. And then once they got Squadron 42 out, they're going to basically keep a skeleton crew on to maintain it. I hope, if not completely gut the whole team and focus on Star Citizen until 1.0 and then move on to part 2. I don't see Star Citizen funding a part 2. 1.0 might fund a part 2. But part 1, if it does well, we'll do that as well. Who are you, his mom? No one knows who that Ollie loser is. Who the hell are you talking about? Ollie is like one of the more respected members of this community. He's an elder content creator, older than, well, not older than me, but like he's been doing content creation longer than I have, and I've been doing it for a decade. He started doing GTA videos when he first got started. He is a far more like popular in general YouTuber and content creator. And it's an example. I'm glad that CIG hired him because it's an example of CIG actually recognizing that a YouTuber is valuable. Yeah, no, because for those of you who don't know, here's the rule for CIG, for Star Citizen, for that CIG implies. People who work at CIG cannot cover Star Citizen. They can, but they want to keep it very minimal because they're afraid of people covering Star Citizen who actually work for CIG, and then those people becoming authorities, people looking at what they say and trying to dissect everything they say about the game. Remember I said CIG's paranoid? So it's generally frowned upon, if you want to keep your job, to do content for Star Citizen while you work for CIG. That doesn't mean you can't do it. It's just they try to say, hey, keep it down a little. They don't stop you from streaming and doing content for other things. That's none of their business. So hired him for what? As far as we know, content. So basically what Ollie's already doing, which is, you know, filming stuff in game and that kind of thing. I find it interesting a YouTuber with over 1 million subscribers got hired on. It's not too crazy. Is it Ollie 92? I always remember it was Ollie. Ollie 43. Yeah, 1.56 mil. Like, to give you an idea, this is Ollie's, this is Ollie's channel. So he has 1.56 mil subscribers. So like latest video, he had 17K views. But like M80, he had 100,000 views. 37, 57, 50K, 100K, 233K, 70K. This is what Ollie looks like, by the way. I do know, because actually someone reached out. Because they didn't say that I could talk about it too much, I'm not going to identify who it is, but it was another content creator actually reached out to me and asked me about this and explained that they actually had applied for the same job, were accepted, and then within 30 minutes, the offer was rescinded. But they didn't live in the UK. They lived in the United States. So the fact that they rescinded it told me that they were, because they even said, like, yeah, I was willing to move to the UK, but they never got back to me about it, so. The Star Citizen concepts of seething, a little classic. I'm not seething. I'm actually excited because this means that we actually have a content creator who actually understands what Star Citizen is about, who does YouTube content in their content creation sphere, like in their content sphere. This is fantastic. This is a good thing. Ollie's been on my show before. He was on Captain's Table before. He said he's specifically not doing video. Oh, is he not? Oh, I have to look that up. Hold on. That sucks. I was hoping he was actually going to do video. But he's helping Jared, right? So he's gonna help on Squad 42 propaganda. Well, apparently he's helping him with his other side, so he's managing folks, maybe? I don't know. Be interesting to know. You might think they would choose an unknown. Why would they choose an unknown? I did a realization. Squad 42 split up into at least 3 parts. If CIG gets Squad 42 Part 3, the memes will be absurd. CIG, the developer, stuck spinning its wheels for X number of years, and Y $1 million managed to count to 3 before foul. If they can do it, yeah. Control? No, I don't see that. So the thing about hiring someone like Ollie is that Ollie has a lot of experience in the YouTube sphere. So when CIG is hiring him, even if he's not making videos, he understands how videos are made. He understands YouTube as a concept, and I'm hoping that's what they're directing towards, not necessarily making videos, but managing the channel. Someone like Ollie is a fantastic person because of his experience and his connections. That's the other thing you get when you hire someone like Ollie, is that you get connections with other folks in the industry. You know, I guarantee you he knows people at Rockstar, so he knows other folks in the industry. He's probably covered other games. He knows other developers because he's a 1 million+ subscriber YouTube channel, and if he does a video, he get that kind of stuff. So that's what you bring on board. You bring the experience, you bring the discipline, because he's able to maintain a really good channel, and you get the connections, which is a really good deal, especially going into releasing a game like Squadron 42. You need that kind of oomph behind you. And hiring him right now makes sense, because 6 months from now is the end of the year, getting ready to release a big game. He probably needs to be up to speed by then and knows all the background and gets to know where his office and all the people he works for and all the processes they have, and going through all that problem. It's going to take at least 3 months. So, do I still stand by Squad 42 2027? I believe my sources. I'll say that, Shark. My sources say 2027. I believe them. I would love to be wrong. Oh, he's a community manager. No, he's not a community manager, because he's going to be focusing on the content team. He's just not going to make videos directly. Massive planning, optimization, analytics experience. I mean, he's a father, right? He has a wife and kid, or possible kids. I can't remember if he has multiple kids. You know, when I talk with him. So like he has a grounding. He's not going to like up and leave because somebody gives him an opportunity. Yeah, Ollie, happy for him. Tech Talk? Okay, we'll go over the Tech Talk here in a moment. We're going to talk about the ship first, then we'll go into the Tech Talk. He didn't want to be posting videos on his channel anymore. He didn't say he didn't say he wouldn't be making videos. Oh, he said on someone linked it on Twitter. He said on Twitter that his job isn't directly making videos. It's the other part of Jared's job, is what he said. What the current state of 140 do you think? Still broken? Based off the last time I talked with the sources, which was a couple of months ago now, May-ish, it's fine. It's not great. It's still got missing pieces here and there. There are still things that are not finished, levels that are being changed up, but you can play multiple levels through. They've added collectibles. They've added, you know, all the parts of the game you can play from mission to mission to mission to mission. It's like the same people who said, yeah, it's delayed, were the people who were like, yeah, it's doing okay. Like, it's a game you can play. Does that mean it's fully optimized for everyone to play? Probably not. Cute. I forget, someone made this for me a while ago. And then, like, it's good. It's a background from, that's, concept art for Pyro from Bloom, and this is something they made themselves. Not crashy then? Depends on the build. Some builds it crashes, some builds it doesn't. It depends on the build, it depends on a lot of other factors. All right, let's talk about the Tiuli? I don't even know how to say it. And then we'll do the tech talk. Because the big thing about RJ, the thing about the tech talk is that tech talk is, and I'm going to be very honest with you, I fall asleep during tech talks. It has nothing to do with how amazing the tech talk is or how it's important. The problem is it's a lot of technical details, and it's the cadence upon which they talk. And the way they talk is very meandering. Start from the beginning, work to the end. It's very technical, obviously, with a tech talk. But a lot of the stuff that they go over is stuff that we already know because we've seen it and experienced it. He's just sort of recapping it. And it would make sense if he's recapping that stuff and then going back and then saying, remember that part? Well, it ties into this. He doesn't. He just goes from that point and then just linear story all the way through. Sometimes goes back even further to explain something else before doing it. It's just very monotonous. What's this TikTok? Tech talk. Princeton is 142. They had to use the highest end hardware in the market to possible to run their demo at a decent frame rate. Again, not from what I've heard. Ton. Maybe you have more information than I do, though. Yeah, I'm not going to go over the entirety of the tech talk. We're going to go over the beginning sections real quickly, like the first 20 minutes or so. Now, I will say, this ship, I'm a little disappointed in, and we'll talk a little bit about it here in a moment. By the way, this is what they meant by inspired by 2001. And this is where I say, why is this up here? There we go. This is why I say, we can tell that Star Citizen is getting tech from Squadron 42 because this is in Squadron 42. And this isn't even I'm leaking it. They literally have this scene, but scaled up where your character is walking in a circle with gravity and, like this, which is clearly tech that they took from Squadron and incorporated it into Star Citizen. In fact, I'll pull it up real quickly so I can show you. Was it in the I Held the Line video or was it in the... It was in... I think it was the 2019 visual trailer. Let me double check. No, it doesn't look like it's in the visual trailer. Maybe it was in the I Held the Line. I found it. All right. So I'm going to show this off real quick so you have an idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah, there's a lot involved in that. It won't happen quickly.
Okay, we'll figure something out.
Everything you see during the campaign has been heavily inspired by the classics
Be on ship.
of 70s and 80s sci-fi, but with
Right here. See this?
a modern twist. We want everything you see to feel like it has a soul, its own personality, and tells of a history long before you.
So I'm not speaking out my ass and I'm not leaking when I say that. Something he's already talked about.
The Tilui is a new ship from GATAC Industries.
Tilui. Okay.
It is our first dedicated alien snub fighter carrier.
We have two categories within our snub
That's a big Raylan type ship. Yeah, it's a huge GATAC ship.
division of ships. We have snub fighters and snub crafts. This is really designed for the former, the snub fighters. And they need a carrier because they don't have quantum drive. So they have a very limited range and require a larger ship to get them where the action is. And whilst the Tilui may visually share some elements with the Raylan, it is a new ship chassis.
The real noticeable change on the rear of the vehicle is the large hangar door. And that really reveals the large hangar opening, which also has an air shield across the rear.
This gives me very Elite Dangerous vibes. It also gives me hope that they'll actually do an O'Neill cylinder.
The Tilui has the same armament as the Raylan, plus 2 additional top and bottom rear-facing remote turrets. The Tilui holds 4 snubs in its rear section, as well as 96 SU of cargo space. And the purpose of this cargo is to enable players to use the rearm, repair, refuel mechanics. So there's somewhere for the RMC if you're repairing your hull, for the hydrogen fuel if you're refueling, for the missiles if you're restocking, or for the ammunition if you're reloading your guns.
It's a very different environment to what we're used to on a lot of our human manufactured ships.
The Xi'an are the masters of sort of gravity and magnets, so the rear section of the Tilui is its centerpiece.
Magnets!
Not only does it hold the 4 snub bays, it does it in a sort of 360-degree environment, allowing you to sort of get in, and you can walk the whole way around the interior of the ship to get to your landing pad.
They played with this idea in Onyx. Those of you who've been to Project Hyperion.
The actual anti-gravity technology on that, so you can walk on the walls. But those walls actually floor.
The impact is pretty instant. There's no real sense of up and down.
You can go for a jog all the way around it. It's just a really incredible tech.
Yep, that's what I just showed off there,
Really
Bellis.
fun space to play in.
As you leave the hangar through one of the exits on either side, you walk through a little ready room for your snubfire pilots. These are small, almost cave-like little corridors that allow you to transition from that intense experience of flying a snub fighter into the calm and into the safety of the rest of the ship. And then once you get back into the main elevator shaft, you're back into kind of like the shared hab area that you're used to on the Raiden.
The whole rec room, which is just like a huge space, really high ceilings. These massive, imposing arches on either side that frame the whole space.
I think they need 2 classes of snub because the ship does not hold all snubs. They need to reclass the Fury and Pitbull as something closer to a hover bike. They are the same class. But again, we're not going to have that conversation yet.
Biddies.
Snub carrier, such a superfluous niche. Waste of resources, IMHO.
I agree. Escape to a degree.
It feels like a fancy
talk about
Turkish
it.
restaurant for me. A bit Grand Bazaar vibes. And the overall art language is like kind of Art Deco / Alien. And I like to use in the organic materials like actual alien rock on the walls, which feels nice, more architectural masterpiece.
The turret access rooms, there's one on either side of the ship, and they feel really interesting. They've got a little more than a typical turret access might have. I like to call it the turret reception just because it feels like you go in with an appointment to see the turret, and there's this really nice window that gives you a nice view of the side of the ship, and there's like a nice bench in front of it to sit and look out. You have some escape pods in there as well. The whole room came together feeling really kind of cozy and interesting.
The TLOE is for anyone that wants to be in the fight, but wants to play in more of a support role.
Very happy with the ship. I think we've really sort of pushed the boat out, especially with the interior section at the rear. You don't have that particularly large firepower, but enough of it is an annoyance to distract other players and allow other people in your fleet to help do the objectives.
It's about supporting your snub fighters and causing as much kind of chaos on the battlefield as you can. It's almost like a swarm of angry wasps that can go in and attack. Or if you've really annoyed people a bit too much, they can get back in and you can just jump away to safety.
You know we need an alien snub fighter now, right?
Yeah, it has crossed my mind. Yeah.
No, the Nova's too big.
One of the things that our players are especially fond of doing with the new ship is playing a good old game of what fits. It almost always goes way beyond anything that we expect. Try it at your own risk.
Have a reclaimer claw go into the rear of this. It's going to look like a proctology exam.
Rear docking close. Bottom suffered major damage.
That's an official request.
Will it fit? Yeah, no, so a Fury, a Pitbull, and hover bikes are all the same. They're all snubs. They're all considered snubs. Honestly, CNG, yeah. The Pisces technically fits. It's also a snub. Anything that would fit in a Carrack could also fit. Apparently, the freaking Salvation fits. Fishing for your wallet. Petition to reintroduce the Ilio Harmon Stiletto just for this. I would love to see the Ilio Harmon Stiletto come back. Give me the space capsule with machine guns. This is maybe a test bed for other ships to hold ships in their cargo beds. No. I do think it's probably something they built because they knew they were going to do rearm repair. This is so long. I will say this. I hate to be like, what in lore? This doesn't make any sense. Because that's not really the point of lore. Lore is there to justify the gameplay, not the other way around. But I'll play this specifically so you have an idea. This part right here. Listen for it.
This alien snub fighter carrier.
We have two categories.
Dedicated alien snub fighter
carrier.
We have two categories within our snub division of ships. We have snub fighters.
Fighters and snub ships.
Crafts.
Snub crafts.
This is really designed for the former, the snub fighters.
So this is a combat ship. It's technically a combat support. It's a fucking combat ship. Okay? It's a combat ship. CIG, in their own lore, that they made on their own, no gun to the head or anything, came up with the idea that GATAC was an industrial manufacturer. And that the stringent rules of Xi'an society meant that while they did have in perpetuity license to make industrial ships, other manufacturers would make other ships. This is a combat ship, which would violate that design.
Them biddies.
And Nick's planets are uninhabitable.
Yeah, well, that's true. They can retcon. That's for sure. You're 100% right, Escape. They can retcon, but it's a really weird thing to retcon. I've said this in the past, and I'll say it again. One of the fundamental problems that CIG has is that they have no frame. The game has no frame. It has ideas of a frame, but it doesn't have a frame. Because they don't want to work inside of a box, because working inside of a box is boring, and they don't want to do work that other people have been doing. They want to do their own cool ideas because they're artists.
Them biddies.
And we fell for it.
And we fell for it, exactly. And as a result, and I saw Mike actually said something about this. I watched a video on Mike said about this, which is, I'm kind of touching on himself. What he said was, effectively, CIG made a bunch of ships because they were cool, but they had no idea what the gameplay was going to be. And that's because fundamentally CIG doesn't know what Star Citizen is. They have an idea of what Star Citizen is, but an idea is like, I've got ideas for games. Hire me, CIG. Give me $1 billion. Like, ideas are a dime a dozen. Everybody has fucking ideas. What the difference between somebody with an idea and somebody making a video game is somebody with a plan and executing on that plan. And so they just don't have the plan. 1.0 was an important milestone when they announced the 1.0 roadmap because it was at least a plan. It was an idea. I've said for several years, like, I want CIG to pick a lane and stick to it. Even if it pisses people off, at least pick a lane so I know what video game you're going to make. But they don't want to do that.
Biddies.
Star Citizen is clearly an ice cream business simulator.
Exactly. No, I get that, Pete. Like, they might have corruption and hypocrisy just like humans. And GATAC is very old and very powerful, so they could probably do whatever the fuck they want to. But it's weird that this was not planned by the whole narrative team and the rest of the gameplay designers. This was planned because they had the GATAC Raylan, and they were like, well, we need to sell another ship, so let's just reuse the Raylan and make something new and unique. They had made a bunch of snub fighters. They had done rearm. One Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bartender in the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you, and we're going to dance because both Brother Named Nancy and Space Tomato are doing the thing.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Abrothana Medana just resubscribed for 33 months. Get fucking raided.
Thank you so much for that, Brother Nancy.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Spacer Matagami just resubscribed for 59 months. Hell yeah, I wanna see this guy DANCE. Spaced 34 done, 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 spaced 34 done.
Thank you so much for that 59 months, Space Tomato, and Anansi, thank you for that 33 months. You're both very important puppers, very impressive messages, very new pedestrians. This is your fault. You're hungry. Good night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Everybody, we were just talking about it. We just went through the oh fuck, what's it? Goddamn name.
And snub crafts. This is really designed for the former, the snub fighters. And they need a carrier because they don't have quantum drive, so they have a very limited range and require a larger ship to get them where the action is. And whilst the T-Louis...
T-Louis, thank you. T-Louis. Holy fuck.
Gonzo 209X just resubscribed for 97 months.
97 months. Jesus Christ, I've been doing this a long time. Thank you so much, Gonzo. One of the OGs. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Mr. Rainy Pedestrian. This is your fault. There's Richard Grenade. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. And spill some tea. T-Louis. Yeah. All right, so we're just talking about the T-Louis and going over it's a symptom of a problem that CIG has in grand scale. The problem that CIG has when it comes to ships is that the ships are never meant to solve a problem or to enhance already existing gameplay. They're meant to be cool and support one need that is immediate, or at least in the minds of players, of the community, or not really the community, of the developers themselves. Do you remember when they came out with a bunch of racing ships that nobody purchased and they've never done that since? Well, it's my theory that those racing ships were made. I think it was like the Peregrine and a bunch of other stuff. Those racing ships were made because CIG was enamored with the racing scene that Star Citizen had developed, because, you know, naturally through players, and then they started supporting it. That racing scene got really popular. A lot of people at CIG are fans of racing, like Formula One and the 24 Hours in Le Mans and that kind of stuff. So they wanted to like do cool stuff with racing to support that gameplay loop. But by the time they started making racing ships, that gameplay loop had been broken and had been discarded by the development team for about a year. And the Firebird was created specifically because they wanted to have a missile boat, because there's not really many of that missile boats. And the fact that they were like, yeah, this is the smallest ship that has all these missiles. And it's like, is the Shrek a joke to you? Is the Freelancer Misk a joke to you? And this is a problem, because I hate to harp back onto this, but Mech Warrior, even like Warhammer has solved this problem. I think CIG suffers from not knowing what their game is. And I get it. They're like, this is a game for everyone. Then make the game. Give us the idea. Give us the concept.
Oh yeah, let's give players to a stealth missile interceptor before scanning is a thing. That will go over well.
Exactly. What is the concept that you have? Write it down as, I don't know, like a developer document of some kind. Spell it out and come up with like the actual like design docs and the actual basics. Put that together. See how it works. Even if it's just blocks flying around. And then come up with ways of making that fun. So as a result, they come up with gameplay after they've created the ships. So they're doing artistic stuff first and then the gaming stuff second, which makes it a lot harder for the teams that actually have to do the content because they have to come up with content that supports the ships that are already made. Yeah, like, and a great example of this is exploration. What the fuck is exploration gameplay? It sounds cool. It's easy to pitch. Be Jean-Luc Picard or Kirk or, go out into the black like Mal and his crew and find new weird things. But like, okay, what gameplay what does that look like? What does that day-to-day look like? What does that look like for a player playing the game? How does that impact their experience? CIG doesn't know. I guarantee you CIG doesn't know, because if they knew, they would have already told us. But they haven't, because they don't. I can tell you what it's likely going to be, but that's based off of the systems we already have in place and what CIG is planning on doing with everything else, which is go to an area, scan area, return to another place, take that data, turn it in for money to the ICC stellar surveyors or private institutions or whatever. Every so often, you encounter a weird anomaly. You can explore the anomaly for credits or for salvage or fight monsters and get their equipment, maybe a pirate base, whatever. But the whole point is go to place, hit scan button, collect data, come back. Yeah, do a mini game with aligning circles to operate a console that spits out loot. Yeah. And then instance it. Yeah. Does instancing lock service to 30 FPS? I have no clue for that one. You're asking the wrong person for that one. And I mentioned Mech Warrior, but things like, for instance, the size and scale of mechs is important, but a small mech can fuck up a big mech if it's built right. And if that bigger mech isn't paying attention. Because bigger mechs are slower to operate. They move slower. They have more armor and they're more protected, but they can't turn as well. They have very slow steps, which means that a light mech can get out of a cone of fire of a bigger, heavier mech and then shoot out the back of a mech because there's only so much armor, and most people are going to armor the front rather than the back, so the back is almost always going to be weaker, and thus a smaller mech, like a light mech, could kill a bigger mech.
No. After the mining updates, I no longer see scanning as gameplay.
What do you mean? What do you mean by like it's no longer seen scanning as gameplay? I've often wondered that because how do you solve the one use problem? Player A finds it, explores it, kind of no need to explore it anymore. The way I would solve that problem is Ort clouds, the exterior of the no CIG's fucking watching if they steal this idea, by the way. The exterior of a system, you just have procedural generation. Like once you've reached a certain boundary point beyond a system, you get procedural generated stuff, and you can go to the exterior, like the furthest fucking place you can from the system, because you have to have like an insane quantum drive and scan that area and get cool stuff and come back, and it will always be different, even if you come to the same place twice. But Paul, Chris hates mechs. That's not the mechs isn't the point. The point of that idea was the balance, because a small mech can still have something like small pulse lasers, or small pulse lasers and machine guns, or small lasers and flamers, and it can have small like AC-2 strapped to it. It can basically punch through bigger mechs if it's piloted properly. That's because it's designed to have an advantage over the larger mechs, even though it's smaller and cheaper. Because it was a tabletop game that had to be balanced that way. They came up with the game, and then they literally licensed the mechs from anime from Sunrise. Not just from Sunrise, I think from other companies as well. But like Dogrum is in fucking Mech Warrior. All of the mechs from Dogrums are Mech Warrior mechs now because they've copied them over and they've changed them. My beloved Wolverine is that. Votoms, there are Votoms mechs in there. Some of them are unique and interesting, but like a lot of them, like especially the Marauder is, I think, a mech from Robotech, from Macross. So they have like Macross mechs, they have a bunch of Sunrise mechs. I don't think they have any Gundams, specific Gundam stuff. So like they didn't even give a fuck about the art. They did the art after they made a fun game. And they incorporated that in later because they just said, whatever, it's alternate universe. And it works. You know, they hired writers to come up with an interesting universe, but they focused on making the game first, making it fun and engaging, though it is basically just math. A lot of math and tables. And then focused on the other parts to build it out to make it more interesting. They have Gundams. What are the Gundams? What are the like Gundam like stealings? I don't think they have like Zaku's or anything like that. I just have changed Starfarers, yeah.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Thank you so much for becoming a member there. Was that 1 month? Mature Gamer said, yay. Thank you so much for that. You're very important, Papa, very impressive of any pedestrian. You rock shots and cheers in chat in my head. Yeah, shots and cheers in chat. My guy, my brother. Technically, they came up with the mechs first. They saw 3-inch minis at a craft fair, decided to create a board game for them. But yeah, the fun part is not got the rights to minis from Studio New and others through Tatsunoko Productions, which managing the rights of these studios. At the same time, was also giving exclusive rights to Harmony Gold. But the game came first from these interesting miniatures. They didn't make miniatures and then say we need to build a game around it. That's what 40K did. They made minis and then built a game around it because they were making D&D minis. And then they were like, oh, we lost the D&D license, so we have to come up with our own version of D&D. And so they created Warhammer Fantasy. And so like the figures, they're a modeling company that sells paint that has a game attached to it. That's always been their thing. And Warhammer is a great example. Anybody who's played Warhammer ever in its existence can tell you that game kind of sucks in terms of board gaming. It's not a very good board game in terms of fun and balance because it's not really built around board gaming. It's built around the models. Cool models and the same thing. You know, in light of Super Heavy not being Titan armor, I'll accept Nine-Tail Samurai armor as restitution. Yeah. The thing that people love about Warhammer more than anything else is not the game. It's the models and it's the lore. It's the story building. And over time, they took them like 30, 40 years to make Warhammer into a decent game that people enjoy. But it's more of like framework. And, you know, it's helped that other games have taken that base game idea and then incorporated it into their games like Dawn of War, Dark Tide, Space Marine, that kind of stuff. Minus Matt Ward lore, yeah. Brother, you're going to summon Loken. I think where Harlequins could paint any mini Harlequins color and pay the original model cost, mine was so broken. Was the second or third edition where they introduced Dark Eldar. I played in the early 2000s and then got back into it over the pandemic. So. Story. I got lots of stories. But the point being is that 40K didn't come up with this idea of what a game would be. They came up with even in their approach, they at least had the models first. They built the models and built the lore around these models and then said, let's make a game. Star Citizen is in a situation where it sells ships. It is a ship selling platform, first and foremost. As a result, the lore, the backstory, everything else takes a side seat compared to whatever the ship team wants to do. This is what happened to Crusader. This is what's happening to GATAC, and it will continue to happen. Now, does it actually matter? No. Take it from me, the guy who obsesses over Star Citizen lore. At the end of the day, none of this matters because we're still in alpha. So the game isn't finished yet. The problem I have is that this is not a issue that stems from one thing. This is not just, oh, well, the ship team needs to be reined in. It's a cultural thing. It's a thing that is sort of at the core of their at the core of their culture, where when they're talking about things, and Jared says it a lot, which is we're not afraid of a better idea. It sounds sexy when you say it like that, but what it really means is we will make up shit on the fly because we think it's cooler. Because rule of cool. And you know what? Gamers love rule of cool. There's nothing gamers love more than just a fucking game that's fun and they have cool shit doing it. If it's lightly put together, that's all they care about. Crimson Desert is a great example of just put a bunch of cool shit into a game and cobble it together with a story, and people don't give a fuck because they're enjoying themselves playing it. Sort of Elden Ring and Dark Souls, ironically, is that they're super tight in their controls. That's a gameplay. It's a game about control and timing. The lore is sort of secondary. The story is just there, kind of. But if you don't have a direction now, it's kind of hard to maintain direction later. We've been for about 5 minutes. Anyways, the point I'm trying to make is CIG has a problem because their rule of cool is based in their main monetary system, which is ships, not in the gameplay. And the gameplay is subservient to the ships. Because a lot of the gameplay revolves around these ships, the gameplay team has to get the ship team to help them make cool stuff. And now it's up to the gameplay team to ipso facto figure out what this ship that they just was made is actually good at. And the reality is what we've seen, is that sometimes they're going to get down to it and they just have no fucking idea what they're going to do with the ship, so they're just going to ignore it. This is a mistake as the lore and story are what keep people playing their jank-ass spaghetti pile. I don't think it really is. Most people don't know about the lore. But it would be, it's a mistake, I think, in the long run, because Squadron 42 is not an ephemeral alpha. It will come out. 6 months, 12 months, doesn't matter. It's going to release. And once that releases, it establishes canon in your universe. You can retcon it, but most people are very against retcons, especially if you just released a fucking game. People will not like if you retcon something from Squadron in Star Citizen and they jump from Squadron to Star Citizen and they play it and it's like, well, this isn't anything like what Squadron is. Is this a different universe? And they hear, no, it's the same universe. See, people will go, why the fuck am I playing this? This doesn't seem right. And they'll either choose their canon that they want to pick, which is probably Squadron, especially if they came from Squadron to Star Citizen. And you know, this is not like me spitballing. This has happened in the Fallout franchise, the Elder Scrolls franchise. This has happened in World of Warcraft. It's happened in the Warcraft IP. It's happened in to a degree in Overwatch. This is something that happens a lot, but it's really bad if it's just a brand new game that you're already changing. So they have to like play within the box that Squadron creates. And if they don't play within that box that Squadron creates, then they're going to play with fire in that case. It's the same universe, but Squadron 42 is the past and lore since then, retcon here. That would be the case, but not always going to work. Because you'd also, if you're going to do a retcon like that, you have to explain where it is. See, Regen. Regen has its own backstory, its own lore that was created. And then once you do that, you have to stick to it. Because you can no longer just change shit on the fly, because now you're saying, oh, well, this is the retcon to this feature. And when Star Citizen 1.0 hits 1.0, that's the same problem. The issue isn't that they change stuff. I have been open in saying I'd be okay with CIG change Nyx entirely if they're going to have Nyx 1 be terraformed, because it's like, why not? You could just change the lore and be cool. But CIG wants to have its cake and eat it too. They want to look at a pretty cake and they also want to eat it, but they don't want to like have the pretty cake go away. That's what that term, by the way, means. They want all the stuff they already made, but they want new shit as well. And even if it doesn't mesh together. So this is a long rambling way of saying, I don't think CIG has a plan. They do. They have a 1.0 plan, which is the best thing they've ever done. But I don't think that they have any more details than that. And they won't tell us. Like, you'll never find this out. It'll either, Star Citizen will crash and burn before you find any of those details out. People will wait till CIG is a carcass on the side of the road in 20 years before they actually start speaking out about what's happened in the background. The problem is fundamentally not that they contradict lore, not that the GATAC, it's T. Louis. The GATAC T. Louis is a combat ship. The problem is that it is a symptom of a wider problem that CIG has, that they seem to be so focused on rule of cool and art goes first, and not focused on make a video game. Make a game that is fun for people to play and enjoy. Because they're so afraid of making a video game that's fun and able to enjoy that they might alienate some people. And if they alienate some people, they may not buy their ships. If they don't buy their ships, then they may have to shut down studios or fire people, and they don't want to do that. So they panic and just do whatever they can do. I've seen parts of the Benoit bit, and we'll watch a little bit about that. By CDPR, make cities, thanks. Robot Truck's on YouTube for free. Yeah, it's a good movie. Go watch it. It's weird, but good. This is one of those things this is nothing new if you've been following me for a while, but it's one of those things that's important to look at and be very sober about, which is CIG will make new content. They'll make cool shit. They'll make new features, but the features will always lag because every new idea for a ship needs to be supported with a feature. And thus, either ships have to become boring and drab, which they don't want to do because they don't sell them as much, and repeated. It's the 17th fighter, the 40th hauler, so on and so forth, because they have gameplay for it. Or they need to come up with new, exciting things to do, and they're going to use the resources they have rather than come up with new stuff, because coming up with new stuff takes time and energy, which they don't have. Not to be that guy, but the numbers that were released up on Reddit, no, I'm not a Reddit guy, I promise. So the servers are like 20K on the top end, and they deleted the ability to see the API. Yes, I've seen that as well. There was somebody who scraped the API and said that they were on. It was like on a Thursday though. When that was originally released, it was on like a middle of the week sort of thing. It wasn't the weekend, if I remember correctly. The weekend is usually a little bit higher. And I never understand why anyone plays Nurgle. Some people like pustules. They're cool and gross. People like gross shit. People like bugs because bugs are cool. My wife is tempted by Tyranids to play Tyranids because she also at one point wanted to be an entomologist. Paul is a Redditor. I've been on Reddit. I don't go frequent Reddit a lot anymore, but the API that you're talking about was actually on the Star Citizen leaks subreddit. The person who built it, built a bot for leaks. So you could have accessed it on the leaks under the bot channel. You could have accessed the API for it. Let me guess, you're a TikToker? I don't like TikTok either. The problem with Reddit, and this is more general, I'll still frequent Reddit in terms of like just looking at the popular pages, but the community, the Star Citizen community on Reddit is the same as Spectrum, but they pretend they're not. It's the same group of the same people circle jerking about everything in the game, either being awesome or bad, and then going back and forth and complaining that either side is being repressed in their views.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Symphony of Steel just resubscribed for 16 months. Your time is on point tonight.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you, Symphony. How you doing, bud? That 16 months of support. You're very important, public, very impressive, very neat pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. What does it say if I frequent both? You are a glutton for punishment. Okay. I cut out the Star Citizen subreddit and Spectrum from my life, and I'm healthier for it. It's mind-bogglingly monotonous. Imagine how much more money they'd make on if they actually focus on industrial ships and release more variations. What insect is the GATAC? Is GATAC based off of? Scorpion? I guess so. I don't really know. But he's the worst. Hey, Kairu. My issue with Stuart is that Stuart is not a regular. He was never a regular to my channel or to my Discord. He only ever showed up to my channel or Discord to like spread bad news or to spread FUD. That's like, brother, come on. Come on. Like, if you're going to come in and hang out, come in and hang out. Like, knowledge comes in and hangs out. He'll shit on Star Citizen and spread conspiracy theories, but at least he's hanging out and talking on a regular basis. But it's similar to like people who walk into another person's stream or come into another person's stream and then just like post a link to somebody else's stream and leaves. Like, fuck off. What's low sodium Star Citizen Reddit then? I have no idea what that is. I use Reddit anyway, but yeah, also because I was banned by Nightmare. Thank you, Paul. I think I needed to hear that. Going to schedule an appointment tomorrow. You have a much higher pain tolerance than I do, is what it means. Hey, Jalev, how you doing, bud? Yeah, it's really energy vampires. It's the problem I've discovered is that talking about Star Citizen with anybody that's not in like a tight group of people that people know about is sort of a gamble, because you could come up with somebody who is legitimately pissed at Star Citizen or legitimately loves Star Citizen, or it could come across as somebody being disingenuous in either case. And it's hard to tell because of that reality. So it's just like, I don't really want to discuss Star Citizen with a group of people intimately when I don't know who the fucking person is who's responding me to. It's just a random person. And that's kind of Reddit. And it's not just Reddit. It's Reddit, it's 4chan, it's something awful. It's all of the forums on the internet. And that's always been the case with all the forums on the internet. Back to the original bulletin boards. It's just pointless. It's exhausting to talk about Star Citizen. It can be, yeah. And that's the problem, is that, like, there are cool things to talk about with Star Citizen, and there are interesting things to talk about Star Citizen, or things that are important. And then there's shit that people just talk about that just, like, I don't care kind of thing. We're talking about the guy that clips and screenshots things out of context to farm karma. He's also, I think, the founder of the Star Citizen subreddit. Like, he's one of the main mods of the Star Citizen subreddit, Fluid. As far as I know, he's got a good humor, though. Him and his crew like to troll me sometimes. Hence what Kairu was saying. Beatwagon, Agony Ant, yeah. What does it say if I'm banned from the Star Citizen subreddit and from Spectrum? You've been forcibly removed from a source of pain and suffering. I had a coworker at GM who found out I played Star Citizen and had more than a few tips. From then on, he called me Admiral. I personally know Dolvac, who's one of the mods on the Reddit, and yeah, he'd probably agree with you. He's kind of obnoxious, but I wouldn't have him any other way. We already talked about that. Ollie's great. I love Ollie. Ollie's been on the Captain Saber before. He's a good content creator, and apparently he's not doing videos, but he's doing something in the background. He's like helping the other stuff that Jared does, which hopefully means more content, more focused content too. We can confirm that Metal Gear Solid 2's predictions about social media came true. Listen, Kojima is writing the world that we live in, and I want to get off of Mr. Kojima's wild ride, okay? How do you get banned from Spectrum? There's a lot of ways to get it done, but the most common way is repeated violations. Sometimes that violation exists, sometimes that violation doesn't exist. It's just whatever CIG thinks.
To get all these checks and balances in place, like.
Okay. So we're going to watch a little bit of this, not the whole thing. The whole thing isn't bad. I've watched up to about 30 minutes of it, of a 2-hour video. I'm just not going to be able to sit through 2 hours listening to this and then making content that's interesting. Because we're also going to go over we're going to do a capsule for the roadmap roundup, because there's some cool stuff there.
Dem biddies.
Talking about moderation.
Thank you. It's also kind of repetitive. I've met Benoit in person many times. He's a lovely person. He's a great overall guy. He's pretty smart. I met Jared, same thing. When they get together, there's a lot of repetition, which I think just comes from the technical minded. They're being technical minded. So, and the cow, as always, is a really good summary. Does a really good summary. However, I would always suggest people watch it on their own. I'm always a big proponent of do not trust other people's summaries, because other people's summaries is not the same as the official word that's coming out of somebody's mouth, because it can be clipped, it can be taken out of context, and lots of things. Like, for instance, I know one of they list at this somewhere in this one, they list some of the problems that they have that are currently dragging down the game, and one of them is like the MFDs. The MFDs are not optimized, so they're causing the game to lag and stuff like that. How do I get banned from Spectrum? How do you get banned from Spectrum? Get on the bad side of a mod, effectively, yeah.
So I had this.
Repetition is good sometimes because it some need a better explanation. He works with technical people all the time. I'm sure that this process of him talking how he talks is good because of his experience. It's just hard to do in a presentation like this.
Plan. And we're not going to look at this plan. We had this idea of what this show.
Okay. they took time to do this because of 482. Sort of a no. They took time to do this because the last time he was on a show, he said, he even says in here that he volunteered to come onto a show. Star Citizen Live is now a once a month thing. So the content we get is Star Citizen Live once a month, Behind the Ships once a month, and Patch Report once a month. Maybe once every 2 months. So we get 3 shows a month. That's the new cadence. 2 of which are, one of which is basically a ship advertisement, and the other of which is simply the roadmap, but like visualized, which is fine. But I forgot what kind of teacher you are. Are you? Question. I teach high school social studies, so world history, U.S. history. I've taught psychology, economics, U.S. government, civics, political science, that kind of thing.
That was going to be, and whatnot. You and I, we've been doing this every quarter for the last, since the big change, the beginning of last year. We started, the February 2025 and stuff like this. We've still got that show, and we're still going to do a bunch of that show. But we just put 482. We just put 482 out yesterday. I've got you. We're live.
Ben was on several times a year. It's just because the current patch is broken. And it isn't because it's just patch is broken. It comes out every quarter. Not every quarter, but he does come on frequently. He was clearly going to come on here even if there wasn't a patch problem, because they like to bring him on to explain these things. Yeah. My daughter was explaining what her religion class is like, and I was surprised to learn they talk about abusive relationships and how to avoid them. And it got me wondering if that's something they teach in public schools. Seems crucial. We don't have specifically those classes, but we do have a freshman level class, which is, I forget what it's called, but it's basically like Human Decency 101. It's about like how to regulate yourself. It's about how to manage your time. It's about like social dynamics. So they go over things like recognizing abusive relationships. It's recognizing mental health struggles and those sorts of things. It's more of hey, we're going to give you some basic tools in your toolbox to help you out, including things like notes and writing and reading, and all sorts of skills like that, but also social skills as part of it. I think it's like not restorative justice, but it's like it's not just keep you living. It's something like that though. It's like it's got a name like that. Yeah, I'm glad Ollie's doing it. I'm glad that they're gonna have Ollie as a content manager doing stuff. Apparently he's not making videos, but he's doing the other stuff, which is nice. I know the hour is late on society, but that seems like something kids need more of. Well, typically, a lot of kids will get that from their parents, but we live in a time period where both parents are working more often than not. And if they're not working, then they may not have both parents in the household. So, especially in places which don't have, a lot of stability, either they don't have a community around them, like extended family or people nearby, or they don't have immediate family that they don't learn these from. And, that's a problem. The other problem we have is a society, and this is me getting on my soapbox before we get started. Let the teacher explain a little bit, especially if you're parents, please listen up. One of the problems we have is we don't let our kids fail. One of the things all of us who are adults understand is that failure is a better teacher than success. It always has been, always will be. And we need to be able to have kids fail early, learn what they got wrong, and then pick themselves back up with the help of their family, the community, the schools, that sort of thing. So kids need to be able to fail like early elementary classes. They shouldn't matriculate automatically to middle schools. If they fail certain tests, they should have to go through, not just go through remedial, but they should have to repeat grades. If they're not doing well. Because we really need to teach kids that failure is a thing that's okay, and it happens frequently. And you can learn from those failures better than you can learn from successes. They're thinking to get Salty Mike too. That would be very, very interesting if Salty Mike got snapped up to work for them. I don't think so, though. Our Teachers is a horror show. Senior class is full of people who can't read. I was weird about that one. It gets brought to my attention every so often. My kids can read, and they generally are okay at reading. So the system might be a little bit better. My system might be a little bit better than typical systems. But I can definitely see the struggles there. Kids are less, they don't pay attention as much. They have a harder time focusing and getting things done. But a lot of it is, again, it's society. They're not being given chances to go out and be kids. They often don't have parents there for them. So if you are a parent, or especially to a younger child who's maybe, still a baby, read to them. Talk with them. Don't discount them if they have questions about morality or anything like that. But the bigger part is being involved and reading, like reading to them and getting them reading at a young age, and keeping them away from technology, or at least limiting their technology use, is so vital to like building the stamina and skill. I always tell my kids, your brain is a muscle. If you do not use your brain and use the skills that you get from schooling, it atrophies. And if that atrophies away, then it's very hard to get it back, especially the older you get. I've done all I can to let my child fail and learn, but he has been promised by schools that he will succeed. There's no other option. And that's the problem, is that as a society, we don't let them fail. Parents need to also push that to the school districts. That's the thing. A teacher can tell the school, hey, you need to let these kids fail. And what their response is going to be is, you're just being a lazy teacher because you're bad at teaching them. It's like, no, I can see them. You need to let these kids fail. You need to let some kids just not succeed and have them redo things, because we just don't have the time or energy to reteach basic literacy skills in junior level social studies. By that point, that ship has sailed. And that's an issue. But it requires teachers and parents and members of the community to tell schools, you need to change these policies, which requires going to Congress and the national government and saying, we need to change these failed policies. It's hard, but we need to recognize it and change it. That was my soapbox. Sorry. That is a teacher plead with the rest of you to know that, like, this is what we need to do. This is getting weird. Yeah, we're going to do other things.
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, it started with an attempt at a bug fix a month ago. So with this 4.8 release and the way we've been doing patches this year, we have 2 streams when we work off from the working set. We have a base stream that we use for the base release, so 4.0, and we have a hotfix stream where we bring all the continuous changes along. So there was an attempt at bug fixing something on the Idris that was actually creating some performance issue somewhere else that was checked into that stream, and nobody saw it, and it went through. So we've been on the hotfix stream now for 4.8.1, now going to 4.8.2. In 4.8.2, we went back to base stream, which are supposed to be at parity at this point, except additional content, because we've added additional content in the patch. That change was included. And so what's supposed to be a routine update became a massive, wide sprawling issue because basically the Idris was no longer compatible with its persisted copy. And so what that would do is players have in their ASOP terminal, they have a version of the Idris that's from 4.8.1. This change, which was not supposed to be in the stream at all, gets in there. And so now the game server is expecting another shape for this. The game server has a series of checks and balances for this, but he's the last banker in the chain. And so for him, if the schema is incompatible, he's like, there's data corruption risk, I'm out. And so...
Who's he in this analogy?
he's the game server, basically, right? So the game server is trying to spawn the Idris, wherever it is, right? So that's called the async spawn chain. And so as he's trying to resolve the object containers for this and to materialize the ship in game, he comes around an incompatibility. And then there's a hard check for this, because if we let those through, if we disarm this check, for example, then the game server might corrupt ships or might be twisting data, and then we would go wider than that. And so the game server would crash. So
there's all this. So there's all this stuff that we have to work on and fix.
Yeah.
There's all this stuff that we are working on and fixing. And yesterday, in a patch that was just supposed to add, the two new, GATAC ships and some hot fixes to some of the more persistent
bring back
issues.
the odd fixes from the odd fix branch and move forward.
Completely unrelated check-in to the Idris.
Yes.
Somehow made it through validation or missed validation.
Correct.
It's like this. Got in, and now the server, which is still built, the persistence records, which are still built on 4.8.1, and expecting a 4.8.1 version of the ship.
Also 4.8.0.
4.8.0.
They're compatible.
Really? Okay. So it's expecting a 4.8.0 version of the ship. Got a 4.8.2 version of the ship without knowing that there was supposed to be a difference, and just went, all right, I'm gonna head out.
That's right.
You did the SpongeBob meme.
Yeah, and so every time an Idris would be attempted to spawn, that server in that region would crash, and then restart, and then try to load the Idris again, and then crash again.
Oh, crash
And
loop.
so as players were unstowing more Idrises and more shards, more servers got affected, until you reach a point where now the ops team is in the background, and they're like lighting all the fires, like the Rohan.
You were
calling the Rohan.
I saw you online at like 3:30 this morning.
Yeah. And so we're looking at this, and basically we start cordoning off shards, because at the beginning we're not sure what the issue is. So we start cordoning off shards, and what happens in this case is like the more shards are getting offline, the less capacity we have for players that are either entering the game or shard hopping. We have a lot of people shard hopping, and
That's
so
me.
What happens is they hit the dreaded 60,012 error, which means there's no capacity in your zone. There is capacity, but we've had to restrict it in the meantime. And so we took a hard decision later in the night to prevent players from spawning Idrises temporarily, just to kind of stop breaking other shards. We brought more shards online to keep that playing. And then we basically went through and manually rectified. That's what we call percussive maintenance. When you see that in the status, it means we went in and we did a drastic measure to basically fix the Idrises that were either spawned in shards or still left in inventories to make sure that they had the proper schema. And so now we know that all the Idrises are fine. We've lifted that temporary stoppage for that ship. And so now we're back. That's what happened.
Completely out of left field. Absolutely unrelated to all the stuff that we're working on, the stuff that the patch was supposed to be and whatnot. This is
a cabaret trays being spawned by some subcomponent in the Idris cargo room.
And it's not even anything specific. In this case, it's the Idris, but it's not because it's a capital ship or anything. It's just
it could have been any ship in that case. So normally there's a check-in discipline that we apply, especially this year.
What is shard hopping? So it's when you see a shard that seems to be going down, everyone leaves the shard and then they go to a different one. So like if you're in like the USA shard and it's shit, you go, okay, well this server is shit. Let's move on to another server. You leave the server and then join like Australia or Europe. It's basically where you're just going from server to server looking for more stable stuff.
Here, because we have a different publishing model this year. And so ships that have been distributed already in a given minor patch cannot be modified. Now, for some reason, this check-in passed all the validation check and ended up in the build.
We're gonna get to the show proper, guys, with what happened last night and Benoit up till all hours of the night. To say this is frustrating is
understatement.
An understatement. I'm gonna give you some time.
Was the ship just too big? No, there was just something that wasn't basically corrupted. There's something that wasn't supposed to be in the build that was in one part of the Idris. So the server would load up the Idris, it would try to read the Idris, it would read one part of the Idris is fucked, and it's like, nope, shut the whole fucking thing down, and it would automatically shut down a server. And then they would restart the server as it's supposed to, and then try to read the Idris again, read that same problem, and then fucking crash once more. It's basically, there was some sort of corrupted data inside of Idris. A subcomponent of the cargo bed, yeah. It was a change between the new test version of the ship having being seen by a server expecting the old version, yeah. And then starting a crash loop. Spoiler, there's no show proper. This whole episode of SEL, Jared on tangent and Benoit struggling to get the word in. 2 hours to learn that what could have been said in 10 minutes from the start. Damn.
We're gonna get into the show proper, and then I'm gonna come back at some point about why is this happening and whatnot. If I've got you here, I've got you guys here. I'm gonna.
Oh, thank you. Coding is hard. I don't know the details either. I am a babe in the woods when it comes to this sort of thing.
We have to get into it. We have to get into it.
Absolutely.
But yeah, let's go ahead and get started. Let's go ahead and get started with the show. Hi, everybody. It's a very weird start to the show. I'm Jared. I'm the content director for Cloud Imperium Games, Robert Space Industries, and the host of Star Citizen Live, which is the show that you're watching right now. Approximately every quarter for the last year and a half, we have a show where we have a scheduled show where we have our chief technical.
Your pick.
I'm way off the whole script today.
Yeah.
The chief technical officer, Benoit, on the show to discuss what is essentially the current technical state of the game. Now, I want to be real clear. This is about the technical state of the game. Design issues or content issues or whatnot, not the realm of the people that we have on today. Joining us on the show today, because we kept threatening to do it, and we wanted him last time and whatnot, and it's like he made the mistake of promising, I'll be on the next one, is our director of programming, gameplay programming, gameplay engineering, gameplay programming, Jens.
Both of them.
Both at the moment. And we're here to talk about 4.8, 4.81, 4.82, like this, the current technical state of the game. Now, 4.8 at this point went out about 4 weeks ago.
Yeah.
About 4 weeks ago. There was a lot of really great stuff. Before we just had a couple unscripted minutes about some bad stuff, and we're going to get to more challenging stuff in a minute. Let's talk a little bit about how 4.8 did. I saw there was a lot of commentary online that 4.8 was as bad as 3.18 and whatnot. And we don't need to rehash 3.18 whatnot. Most people watching the show knows 3.18 at this point. Was it really as bad as 3.18?
Jared, it doesn't matter if it technically was as bad or not. All that matters is it's perceived as such. This is the problem. It's like, well, it technically wasn't. Doesn't fucking matter. Just because it's not technically as bad doesn't mean it doesn't feel as bad. Because most people aren't looking at the code; they're playing the game.
No. Or talk to me about what's your
perception is reality. That's the thing. At the end of the day, it's one of those things where it's like when he was like, we're very frustrated. It's like, yeah, you are all frustrated. I 100% understand that you are all frustrated about the state of the game. But you know who's also frustrated? The people who are spending money to play your game, be it at $4,000 or $45. They spend money to play the game. And it is literally your job to fix it. Like, that rubbed me the wrong way, and I don't mean this in a sort of a fuck Jared sort of way, but there is this way that CIG always avoids saying we're sorry. It's like mandated company policy that they cannot apologize for anything. They'll get close to it, they'll almost apologize, and then continue moving. I've had very little problems with 4.8 so far, and that's another problem entirely we've talked about before. It works on my machine syndrome, where I haven't had really many issues with 4.8 either. But other people are literally unable to fucking play the game. They get 6014 errored, or 60K 14 errored, and are just unable to play the game because their characters are fucked. So. You notice I've not logged in? I played a lot. Well, comparatively. But I also didn't do a bunch of other things. Like, I played TSG twice. It failed once, but we got to work out otherwise. My problems with 4.8 were stuff that was like a typical Star Citizen bug, not like a game-ending bug. But, yeah. A lot of people have never played 3.18, so have no reference, so 4.8 has been awful for them. That too, yeah. One of the things that is important to also note is that I think CIG has a problem that they do not want to address, which is there are 2 times in the year that they probably should not be doing any features if they want to also release a live game and have no problems. Those 2 times are their biggest times of the year in terms of people logging on. And I'm first one, December, that I'm thinking is more of a vibes thing because of how they do free flight and it's the end of the year. And a lot of people it feels like more people play it because they have time. But the other one is I found out recently at the last Bar Citizen is May. Invictus. Like it is May is the biggest time of the year for population. A huge population logs in May. So if a huge population is logging in May, maybe don't release anything that's going to destabilize your fucking game in May.
Your take on how 4.8 went.
He might have gotten married. I know he's got a kid. He said recently he has a kid, so yeah.
Well, for me, if I take from the machine room side of things, we've been firefighting since we launched 4.8. I mean, from a whole slew of different issues. Some of them are to be expected when we launch a patch that has this many amount of core changes, like 4.8.
So you played things they worked on last, which usually work okay. I mean, I was doing cargo hauling, and I did some courier running, some minor combat, but I don't do a lot of bounty hunting, so didn't have any of that kind of experience. Did some combat with the group, which worked okay. There's some stuff that just wasn't spawning, but it was stuff that's like, oh yeah, the like people weren't, the last person is like stuck inside of a rock somewhere for this one mission to kill all the people. Like that's been a problem since 3.0. That's been a bug that's been existed forever. So, and it's probably a series of bugs that do the same thing. That's what I mean by like normal Star Citizen stuff. I didn't experience major degradation, but the big thing is some people just weren't able to play.
It has, we've touched on systems that are really central to the traversal again. So we're talking about the entitlement system, which has not changed in years at this point, and we've completely overhauled the entitlement system in 4.8 to power, in part, the item imprint system, but more importantly, to pull the entitlements out of the patch cycle and persist them across patches. So what we call the LTP layer is not just what you have in your inventory, it's also what you own. Your ships and all of the items that you purchase in game now have an entitlement record that holds the insurance loadouts for it, all of the customizations that you make out of it, and that's hosted outside the game, not outside the game, but outside the game patch, which means that when we come back from a patch, there's no risk of, oh, I'm not getting my ship back, right? What you see in ASOP in the first patch will be exactly the same data source in the second patch, and so that risk of like losing ships across is completely gone. So we're very happy. In fact, that bit actually went very well in 4.8, even though up to the launch, it was, there's always last minute things to look at. But we have been firefighting across a multitude of different issues that were tangential to that. Some of them we can touch on a little bit because I've made some notes to talk about gameplay systems here and why they were affected by some minor infrastructure issues that turned out to be massively contributing to the perception of the patch. So I'll talk a bit about that in a bit, but basically, we've been firefighting since 4.8.0. I want to touch on one thing because we just had a one off the cuff moment about the Idris last night, right? But 2 weeks prior to that, we had another downtime patch that needed a lot of rectification. So the people that the teams that run the online group were hard at work on this maintenance, and unfortunately, another one of those unwanted check-ins came in during that 4.8.1 cycle, where in an attempt to fix the VGL flight suits that was missing hands and feet, another check-in came in that removed subcomponents of this flight suits, but not just removed them from the flight suit, deleted them from existence from the game, and that's not something that you can do in a minor patch. And so clearly that's two instances in this patch where changes and check-ins should have been validated and prevented and went in, and then after that became an infrastructure problem, because same issue here, if somebody was wearing the VGL flight suit and referred to these entity classes that were actually representing, I think, the nozzle and the front pack of the suit, then the game server would crash. And so we had, again, to do percussive maintenance to remove those items and fix that. And so that highlights to me a massive issue with how we validate check-ins and how we get changes in the game across persistence until we have full forward porting compatibility on the persistence layer, which we don't have at the moment.
But will be a game changer.
Yes.
What's your perspective, Ian? I'm keen. It's
well, it's live service. You're always running, right? You're always running. Like we're talking about forward patching. If we'd been behind closed doors, you would have done that, right? No one would ever seen the game until you've done that piece of technology. But that's not who we are. We're always running, and that's what makes it really, really exciting to work here as well, right? Because we're putting ourselves out there all the time. But if I look at this specific case, you're saying like, right, we have checks.
Who's this guy? I think he's like the director of like gameplay technology or something like that. He's like, I think just below Benoit in terms of like stuff, but he focuses on gameplay and functionality and features.
And we have contracts on what you can and can't do in these substreams that we've already released. where the data management is super.
Another game changer. What they mean is by their end, not our end.
Super strict, and obviously now we invalidating them twice in a row. So it's time to look at like how do we really add that extra layer of protection.
Why is this happening?
I feel like I need to take these clips out of context and start using them as GIFs. This is just like a reaction GIF right now.
Extra layer of protection.
Why is this happening?
Just that. Jared, I ask myself that every day when I wake up. I don't have any fucking answers. So I'm going to go a little bit further, but I'm already starting to nod off. I can't go through all of this because it is so repetitive and super. It's informative, but I don't think it's something that's very interesting to talk about when you do like a reacting to. I would still have people look at it though. All we need to hear is that they messed up. The important part about what CIG is saying here is that they are admitting they fucked up, which is good. CIG should admit they fucked up more often. The problem is that when they say they admit they're fucked up, it's sort of like, hey, this is what's fucked up and here's what it went wrong. But it required a 5-alarm fire, required a reactor to melt down for them to go, okay, so here's what went wrong. When there are dozens, if not hundreds of things that go wrong in a smaller scale that they know about, that have been going wrong for months, if not years, that they just never address. Ever. And someone needs to make a summary of this video. Luckily, Nikau, fantastic community manager, has actually done that. So I'm going to read through that real quick. Let's see if I can't pull this up. It's funny. I can see how much they struggled admitting they fucked up. Yes, I can too. Let me make this work. See if this works. There we go. Close that a little bit more so you don't see all of the folks. I'll fix it here after we're done. All right. So this is an official thing that Nikau does on his own Discord. He actually invited it to me a while ago. Thank you, Bob, for that. Which really does help because it's basically an official stream that he posts things like summaries and stuff to that then is able to be picked up by Discords and sent out there. So I like the head of the guy from the mission team, Elliot. Elliot's great. The fact is, if they didn't feel there was a goodwill issue with the community, this type of video doesn't get made. I think they were going to do something like this anyways, because they're going to do technical stuff, but they feel like they had to address the elephant in the room at that point. Which is where it comes from. All right, so a schema mismatch introduced the hotfix branch caused persistent data incompatibilities for interest-related entities. Servers internally refused to spawn affected entities to prevent data corruption, triggering crashes and restart loops. Operations teams isolated the impacted shards, manually repaired the affected persistent records. The issue was unrelated to the intended content of the patch and exposed a weakness in validation processes. The issue has now been resolved. All right, entitlement system overhaul. Alpha 4.8 introduced a major rewrite of the entitlement system. Ships and item ownership are now decoupled from patch cycles. This allows player-owned assets to persist more reliably through future updates. This rollout was successful, but coincided with several unrelated stability issues. This is the system, I think, that they were talking about, that the back-end system they were working on in terms of how the inventory system, the system, how your inventory system works, where you get information from, like how the back-end system that pulls your ship information from the site that you purchase versus the in-game system. I think this is part of that transfer over, where they're just building a version that works with the site, but that's just explicitly for, it works the same way, but it works explicitly with the game stuff. So the account needs a pay raise. So let me go off on a little bit of a tangent here. There are lots of problems that CIG has. The community team is not a problem. The problem that they have with the community team is they do not give them resources, personnel, or time. So they don't give them money, they don't give them people who are technical experts to help them out, and they don't have enough time for them to work on it because all of these people wear many hats and do many different things as part of their job. They always have, they've kind of made do. The problem is that fundamentally, CIG's management doesn't see the value in it, or at least I don't think they do, because they clearly don't give them enough money or time to get it done. And a lot of these communication issues that are happening right now would have been solved if CIG wasn't a stingy piece of shit when it comes to community. They value, rightfully or wrongfully, the game development over community interaction. I would say it's equally important in a game like Star Citizen, but I'm not a game developer, so I'll put that on that, not that stuff. Zerkro 1 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Hoster 102 just resubscribed for 7 months.
Thank you so much for that 7 months of support there. You're very important, Papa, very impressive, sir. Any pedestrian, you rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Benoit did catch himself early on when he said we're still paying as if, I admit, speculating, he was going to say we're still paying for the price of working through obsolete tech, so features, content, etc. works with new work. Pair that with the numerous times he mentioned changing the culture by not just firefighting, but addressing the issues rather than chasing symptoms was encouraging to me. There are two things that I've gleaned from talking with people at CIG. One of which is that there were two things that had similar results. One was when they opened up CIG Montreal. When Montreal opened up, it was a kick in the ass to the old heads who work at CIG. A lot of them saw the Montreal team come in and immediately start spinning up tools and content, and they're like, what the fuck? How are they able to do this? And it's just because they had really good management. They had people who had been working in games industry their whole life. They had been working with Ubisoft and many other games companies. They had a really good team of experienced people who knew what they were doing. And they proved that they could do it. They come up with new systems and new techniques because they came from a completely different development culture than Star Citizen from CIG. And so CIG adopted some of the development culture, which improved some of that flow. And the other thing was Rich Tyler. When Rich Tyler came in and said, this is the fucking thing we're going to do, it gave people go, oh, I actually can see what we're doing, what we're making, what the game is going to be. Now I can develop with that in mind. Whereas apparently before that, they didn't really have that. They just told, make a mining feature, make a salvage feature. It was just do this thing in this myopic, very short-term looking situation, which means that they couldn't really see beyond 2 years because they had no idea what that was going to look like. So, like, both of those are good things, and I think Benoit coming in probably as CTO has probably caused a lot of feathers to ruffle, but I think he can do it. He's one of those people who has the talent to do that. The other problem is that elephant in the room, Sierra's leadership, is where he changes his mind all the time and throws approved work often. That's not the vibe I got from people talking about Chris Roberts, from like higher management all the way down to low totem pole. Chris is a very collaborative dude. He loves to talk to people. He loves to hear people's ideas. What I'm gathering is more of an issue is that it's the management team as a whole tends to disagree on where things should go. So, like, remember I said that community doesn't have any resources? The reality is that no team has enough resources. No team has either enough people or enough money or enough time to do anything that they want to get done. So they have to make you do with what they have, with the schedule they have. And as a result, the managers from the different teams are all fighting for resources from each other. And that causes schisms, you know? You have the gameplay team needs stuff, but the chips team needs stuff, and chips sell money, so chips going to get more resources than the gameplay team, because that's not the focus. And then if the entire game implodes and missions start fucking up, they'll go, oh well, maybe we should give some love and attention to the mission team. That then pulls resources away from the rest of the teams. Like, we look at CIG and say they have $1 billion. It's like they make 150. They made 150 last year, but they usually make like 120 million for a team of like 1,000 people over 4 studios. They don't have a lot of money. For what they're doing, they don't have a lot of money. They have all the money, but comparisonly with the number of people and the things they're trying to do, plus also Squadron 42, and Red Broke's right. Squadron 42 is going to get more attention than Star Citizen because it's almost completed. So they're focusing on getting that out the door in order for the resources and time. CIG is check to check, basically. I wouldn't say they're check to check, but they're a tangled wire of tax breaks, loans, and, you know, decent ship sales. They could survive a couple of jolts, but they're not like this impenetrable juggernaut of billions of dollars that Chris Roberts is blowing on cocaine and hookers. It's a lot more fragile than it looks like. Yeah, and they still got to market Squadron 42, which they won't. So, one thing I'm concerned about is the entities. They talk about the impact they have now, but what about when they add Maelstrom, Base Building, Sparkatech, and Genesis? I feel that's scary. I think they're going to do a lot of instancing to fix some of those problems. Like I can almost guarantee that when you have base building, it'll be instanced. The second you put down a base, it becomes an instance region. $90 days tops, Paul. I don't think CIG is running out of money anytime soon. They've got enough money, but the problem is that the problem is that they don't have enough resources to fill all of their teams at once. And people are saying, well, it's bullshit. They have all this money. It's mismanagement. CIG is fighting fires instead of planning the problems because they don't know what the game is. The only person who knows what Star Citizen is Richard Tyre. Rich Tyre is the only one who knows what the game is, and he's probably being fought about that on a daily basis. People are probably challenging him on these details. I would have said Chris Roberts, but I don't think Chris Roberts ever really knew what the game was. He had to imagine the feeling of the game, but not the actual gameplay. Not enough money to fill all those teams sounds like most corporations. Well, to use a modern example of this, the U.S. military got $1 trillion in budget this year, but the U.S. Army is broke. Like just straight up broke. They don't have any money. That's a great example of like the kind of thing that happens, mismanagement of funds and how things are allocated and bureaucracy and that kind of thing. When you have 1,000 fucking people, it's a lot of people to maintain. Entities are a problem right now because of compute is capped. Dynamic territory manager moving compute around and eventually true DSM adding the removal as it required will make it less of an issue. Yeah, that's kind of what instancing and dynamic meshing will hopefully fix some of those problems. There's knowledge. There's a term for this, and military people, folks can help you out. But it's like on cash, on hand budget.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Punky G has subscribed.
Thank you so much for that subscription, Punky G. Army isn't broke; they just have a budget problem. I can say this. Say this out of internal knowledge. Yeah, it's an issue that is. They're broke in the sense that they don't have money on hand. And the reason why they don't have money on hand is because of things like price of things goes up. And so you have to spend more money on those things to fix those things. And that budget, that cash on hand becomes less and less. And so you have to do more with less, which means they have to cancel trainings. They have to cancel live fire exercises. They have to stop moving people around to different training locations because you do not have the cash on hand to do that. Lack of liquidity. Yeah. Even though in theory they should, it's just poor management. It's because something like an army is this huge, unwieldy beast that you can't micromanage. You kind of have to you have to have trust in your bureaucracies. Employee compensation probably has to be competitive to keep staff. That's also true, yes. Dark Owl. Yeah, when I was in the Navy, we used to have to. Oh, I remember somebody told me about one of their first time on a patrol or whatever. I don't remember what the term is when you go out for fleet duty. like at the end of the term, they still had leftover ordnance. So they just went out into the middle of the ocean and just fired it all into the middle of the ocean because they had to spend all the ordnance that was going to go bad, or they would lose it. It was just going to be used up anyways. So they just sat out in the middle of the ocean, just fucking opening up with like 50 cals into the water and shit like that. Mad Minute on the range for the army, yeah. And that's and again, this is something that needs to be entirely tuned to the needs of the people, to the average person, or the average, because like the army is thousands of people. And well, yeah, it's never going to be perfectly, but it's like, how can you raise the budget and still have a problem with liquidity? It seems like a weird thing. It doesn't seem logical. It doesn't seem reasonable, but it happens. And that's the same thing that happens with corporations. And that's sort of what CIG is dealing with. You look at CIG getting millions of dollars in funds and you're like, well, why are they struggling? It's like, because there's 1,000 people over 4 studios making 2 different games. So like, even if we just say 50-50 down the way, it's not always 50-50. Sometimes it's more Star Squadron, depends on what they're doing. But even if you just say 50-50 down the way, 50% of all of those funds are not going to Star Citizen. The resources, the allocation, all that kind of stuff. New Warfare is going to be distributed, so you need a lot of cheap stuff, not big totem pole gears. Yeah, we're not going to talk about that too much yet. Dining facilities are being closed by the dozens per installation and closed on the weekends when the soldiers are off and eat. I heard that the grocery store, the commissary, is being closed down and stuff like that. All right, let's go back to this point. I was using that as an example because it is a common example. There's actually, I only learned about it because I watched a couple of YouTube videos on it and then looked it up in a couple of the articles about the situation. And it was interesting to read through it. Deployment patrol, either's fine. Yeah, we did that. USS Ronald Reagan, we shot this giant red balloon we put on the water because we needed to waste stuff. I had fun. Yeah. But it's using that as an example, is that like, this is something that you may have seen in the news. And it's not only that, like you look at Microsoft. Microsoft is one of the most like wealthy companies, most successful companies in the history of mankind. Look at Xbox. Like they make plenty of money on Xbox, but they're basically fucked because they overspent the amount of money they had for what they had. They bought a bunch of really expensive stuff and now they can't turn it around. Sony did the same thing with Bungie. They bought an overinflated Bungie and then they didn't make enough money to turn it around. So like they just aren't getting enough revenue from these ventures to justify the costs. So they're in a downfall. Even if they are making a profit, they're not making enough of a profit, and that can cause problems with like the managers and that kind of stuff. This TikTok MMO is pretty harrowing, and overall, considering that we're halfway through 2026, 1.2 is supposed to release, and they still have the huge unresolved issues that aren't recognized, they're not releasing Squadron 42 this year. I know I'd heard that there's rumors of people saying it's officially releasing in 2026 this year. It's not releasing this year. I'm kind of pissed that they were lying to your faces. And I believe they would be because the sources, again, who I talked about with Squadron, I trust them. And the fact that CIG removed me from their official content creators partners list tells me that I was right. Nah, it's not going to be 3 years. I do think it'll probably come out next year. It didn't sound like the game was like that far away, but it definitely needed more time. Yeah, I canceled that shit. I was given 3 different dates. They were all approximations. They weren't actual. I wasn't given like, a specific, Tuesday, the 30th of this month. Like, no, it wasn't like that. It was like vague quarter or month or general direction of the year was what I was told. So. But all of it was not this year. So you think they're holding back the bad news to delay Squadron 42 way later in the year? Yep. I think they're holding off the bad news until they have an absolute 100% surefire date that they know when it's going to release. So like, once they know for sure that they're going to release it in February, March, April, May of next year, November of next year, then they'll actually announce the delay. But until they have the good news of when it actually is releasing, they're going to not say anything about it. Paul's given 3 dates and he chose next year. The 3 dates that were given to me were all next year. They were not like the approximations. None of them were this year. So this is actually on my Discord. If you go to the official Star Citizen News, this is something the cow does. He posts on his sort of internal personal Discord, and if you can basically get this. It's basically a bot. It works like a bot where you can actually attach it to a Discord, and it'll always post this information. So. This is just like the tech talk. All right, validation and release procedures improvements. Yes, the Astropub Discord. !Discord will have that list, yeah. I don't know how he says it. He's French. So it's Nico. I don't know how he says it. I don't know if the U is silent in French, so yeah. But we got removed, didn't know that. That program does feel weird at points. It basically just gives you access to ships that are new, so you can fly them around and show them off to people, and then they give you ships to give away every month or so. So, Nico, yeah. Nico. All right, so validation and release process improvements. The recent incidents revealed gaps in data validation and content check-in safeguards. I saw people posting that in comments, probably more as a joke, that CIG was using AI-driven content safeguards, but because they said specifically that, I think Benoit said specifically they want to use automated checks rather than using manual checks. I think is what they said. Something to that degree. Teams are building a machine-driven validation framework capable of catching process system issues before they reach live. The growing volume of content and faster release cadence are outpacing existing validation tools. Early versions of these tools are expected to begin appearing around 4.9 and beyond. I'm in ad right now, but Squadron 42 isn't coming out this year. They're going to use GTA 6 as a crutch to delay, and those in the know aren't shocked. Yeah, no, it's not just GTA 6. It's also they could probably use 3 months to clean up things, 3 to 6 months to clean up things. So. It's called automated testing. AKA unit testing, a basic standard to prevent basic errors. But I think they already use machine-driven testing validation framework, but I think it's based off of what I remember listening to it, and based off of what they said here. I think it's that the systems they have already built are old and they need to be updated. So they're ripping the whole system out and replacing it with a brand new system that cross-checks everything. And I remember seeing some people comments like, you got to be careful when you're using AI to check. And I was like, they got to use AI to check? That seems like a very strange pivot for CIG because they don't seem to be the type that wants to use LLM and stuff like that. Do they think Squad 42 is going to be a large industry success? Are they banking on that? Are a game like Squad 42 doing well anywhere? So here's the thing that CIG has the advantage for with Squadron. As long as it releases well with good reviews and decent exposure, it doesn't have to sell a bajillion copies. It just has to sell well enough to consistently sell. And this is going to sound weird, but let me. All right, I'm going to pause for a moment. Let me walk you into the mind of an investor. Okay, if you're an investor, do you care about what you're investing in? Usually, no. What you care about is if the thing you're investing in is going to turn a profit and make you more money than you invest in it. So, what's important to an investor is simply, is this thing building wealth? Is this thing accruing? And does it feel like it's doing well? Do you still have an idea that it's going to do well? All right. A lot of it is vibes. What you'll see game studios do a lot of times is they'll make a major fucking announcement, a huge swing right before they need an influx of cash to try to generate hype, because they can get a lot of hype. They can get a lot of like newspaper talking to them, a lot of buzz going through the industry, and that buzz can help juice up an investor to be like, oh yeah, no, this sounds great. They're doing really well. And then just buy more into the dream rather than actually like see it. So that's not the Warren Buffett method. Yeah, but Warren Buffett, there's a reason why Warren Buffett is smart and everybody isn't. There's a reason why people are dumping fuck you amounts of cash into artificial intelligence as it is actively looking like it's going to implode, because people don't give a fuck. They're just going to go out. They don't want to be on the out. Sounds like 2024 sitcom. Indeed it does. It's also one of the reasons why Bethesda announced like Starfield and Elder Scrolls 6 at the same time on the same stage, because they were about to be sold to Microsoft and they wanted to pump the value of their company up higher so that when they sold to Microsoft, they could make more money. So all that Squadron 42 needs to do is review well and sell well for the callers to renegotiate their deal and invest more into the game to give CIG more time. To just keep the callers trolling along, getting their money back, all that kind of stuff. Or as Alan Griezmann called it, irrational exuberance. Because every single time that the Calders had a chance to pull out, they've not only reinvested, but they usually doubled or tripled down on their investment. And I wouldn't be surprised if you would look back and you looked at their investment, like when they were investing into Star Citizen, the times that they did, because we don't have the perfect timeline for those. But when we do, if you did, I would almost be certain that was around major hype moments. Invictus, CitizenCon, major funding milestones. And that's why it happened. It's not that they need investors. They're in a situation where they owe investors a lot of money. They have investors, and those investors need to be paid back. And in order to pay them back, they need money on top of the money they get from ship sales. A lot of copium during the Star Talk. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean copium? I'm saying CIG is trying to like juice their own exuberance to try to hold off having to pay money they don't have. You're almost describing a Ponzi scheme. But what if this is a producer situation? I don't think so. The irrational exuberance was about AI bubble. Okay. So the reality is that CIG just needs to release the game well and slowly sell copies. Because if they sell copies over time, those copies are being sold to an audience that now is as a passive income. They don't have to actively work on it. So they don't have to have devs working on Squadron 42. They may have to have a couple of people working on bug fixes and changes here and there, but they don't have to actively dump millions of dollars into its development because it's already done. So it acts as sort of a passive income over time. Plus Steam sales, any sorts of deals, and an eventual port to consoles like PlayStation or both PlayStation and Xbox. Yes, they did buy Ortwin's share when they and have board of representations. They always had board representations. Oh, you're talking about okay. You're talking about the tech talk, Empty Split. I think you're talking about me talking about the investment stuff. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think this is copium. The point being, no matter what, people will say Squadron 42 failed unless it makes $1 bajillion and it's the best game ever made, because people will look at it cost $1 billion to make this game. That doesn't matter. What matters is that it does well enough that it can continue to sell on PC and eventually gets ports to console, where you have a huge amount of people you can sell to. Because people will yum up a game like Squadron on console easily. If you can make it right. If you can get it to optimize right. It's got star power. It's got a type of game that has really not been seen since Mass Effect. Yeah. So, yeah, I watched the live stream a little bit, but it's 2 hour plus and it's a very dry technical talk. Cinematic couch experience. Chris Roberts is famous for doing interactive movies, and Squadron 42 isn't that different. Someone earlier said, like, what is Squadron 42? I don't understand it. And I don't want to go over this because I feel like every single time we talk about it, when it gets brought up, I have to sort of explain it in a way that makes people, like, mad that I keep saying the same thing over and over again. But I do also think that people just really don't understand that at its core, Squadron 42 is a cinematic, semi-open world gameplay game. It's like 30 to 40 hours long. It has a bunch of side missions and baked into its main missions. It allows you to approach problems at your own pace. So, like, for instance, when you get a mission in Squadron 42, it's like, go patrol this area. And then when you go to that area and you patrol it, you run into a situation and it's like, hey, pirates have taken over this Starfarer. It's up to you. How do you want to deal with this problem? Because they've got hostages on board. So do you want to just blow up the Starfarer and say, fuck it? You can do that. Do you want to sneak on board the Starfarer and kill the pirates and free the hostages? You can do that. Do you want to sneak on board the Starfarer and then release the hostages like quietly and then move out? You can do that. That's not something that actually happens. That's an example. It's like you're given an objective to achieve, and how you achieve that objective is entirely up to you. And there will be small variations that happen because of it. Can you like get sidetracked and get drunk at the bar and spend the night in some floozy? Not that I know of, no. You're still restricted on what you can do, but so you don't have perfect freedom, but you have enough freedom to, which makes sense as a Navy officer, as a fighter pilot. That's the CR experience. Yes, that's basically it. Now there is a tradition in Chris Roberts games of the drunk mission, because there's a bar in every Chris Roberts game. So if you go to the bar and get drunk, and then you have to scramble to go fight, and you're going to be drunk as you're flying. That happened in, I think, Star Lancer, and I think it was also in Wing Commander. Yeah, it's a tradition, because there's a bar in every one of Chris Roberts games. He loves it. Liberty Ale is also one of those reoccurring motifs. All we got is Liberty Ale, but freelancer quote. Never really have to play OG CR games, never did. Play Wing Commander 3 or 4, and if you can get your hands on Freelancer, you can do Freelancer. Freelancer's pretty fun. Wing Commander 1 and 2 are really dated, but you can see a lot of the DNA of Star Citizen in the first 2 Wing Commander games. The Aegis doesn't have a bar, just the mess hall. Correct, but you know it does have a bar. The Archon Station. There's also a bar in one of the space stations that they mentioned. So it's like the Archon Station, I think, has the bar, and there's another station that's sort of like a trade hub that has a bar. There's a scene where you're meeting Dooley's Stanton. Agent Trejo, where she's with that like captured OMC who's like, laughing and she kicks him, like, shut up. That's at a bar at that station. So I'm a new Star Citizen player. I picked up the first time in 2026 Defense Con, and I really want to like this game, but man, it's unplayable for a new player. The amount of game-breaking bugs just doesn't make sense. I cannot complete any of the game loops without soul-crushing problems. When will they fix those? Probably not until launch. You came in at the absolute worst time in the last 2 years to play the game. I would say last year was a lot better in terms of performances, and there's still some issues, but it was far better, and up until 4.8 was much better. So you came in at the time when everything broke and everything sucks. When is the launch predicted to be for Squadron 42? No one knows. Right now, officially, it's 2026, but from the people I've talked to inside CIG, who work on Squadron, internally, they're already saying that it's been pushed to 2027, and they haven't made the announcement yet. Oh, launching for Star Citizen. We have no fucking clue. 1.0 has been discussed and described, but they have not put a date on it. All right, let's get back to doing this thing. So I wanted to address that at least a little bit in terms of like what Squadron 42 is, because a lot of it is walking around, talking to people on a ship, getting to know them, doing small tasks, being told to go here to do that, and in the process meeting people. There's a social aspect of the game, there's a FPS aspect of the game, and then there is ship combat part of the game. And the FPS aspect has lots and lots of puzzles. Lots of puzzles. And it's all based around this sort of choose your own style of gameplay thing. One 1.0 has been promised since like 4.0. Once 4.0 went live, we'd get it real soon, but here we are. I don't think CIG ever said we'd get 1.0 real soon. They showed off what 1.0 was going to look like. They talked about 4.0, 1.0 when they were doing their beyond the 4.0 release, which was at the end of 2024. So yeah. And if all else fails, they're modifying. If you don't not liking it, as long as it's within 30 days of your purchase, you can request a refund for your money and come back when it's better. Yeah, 1.0 is their goal for when the game is released, but they're going to still develop it after 1.0. It can take a couple of days. If if you've done it recently, you might want to send them another message if you can. Be like, hey, just gonna get an update on this. All right, you have to do this. About a Cuddy Black, Starlight, and a Salvation. Jesus fucking Christ! You didn't just get into the game; you jumped into the deep end. That's like $300. God damn! If you come back to Star Citizen, just buy the starter pack. Just buy the starter pack. You'll be fine. The Aurora Mark II is fine. It's good. In fact, I'd even suggest if you have the money, the Drake Cutter is in a great place. Holy fuck! Though I didn't buy, honestly. You can try it out for free. There are free flights that happen quite frequently as well. They'll help you out. And I always suggest doing that before buying the game. If you have a chance to play the game to kind of see for yourself if you're okay with it. The next free flight's going to be in July, if they do one, because they've been sort of, yeah. Yeah, the Cuddy Black doesn't have any problems in my experience, but the Cuddy Black is a game-breaking bug. I fall through the floor. You fall through the floor in the Cuddy Black? Is it in the same place? Or, oh, you might be desynced. Starlight can't do a single refueling mission. The Salvation cannot jump 10 feet due to quantum tank nearly zero bug. That seems weird. Damn, that's weird. I have a problem with Microtech, but I haven't been there in years. Microtech scares me. All right, get back into this. Adding more QA alone is not the answer. Some critical bugs cannot be reproduced unless test environments accurately mirror live persistent data. Environment fidelity remains a key requirement before adding additional testing resources can provide maximal value. The move to cloud-based services and asynchronous systems adds additional complexity. The team also emphasized the need for stronger testing and validation processes moving forward. What I've heard, generally speaking, is that there are just some things they can't do unless they have a live environment. They need players, hundreds if not thousands of players hitting the servers, because like when you do PTU, especially by the end of a PTU, you're lucky to get 500 people on. You just can't test servers with 500 people. You need to hit that thousands, and so it's going to be happening. Concurrency saturation is hard at scale. Yeah. Server FPS and desyncs. Low server FPS remains one of the biggest contributors to desync and rubber banding. Major causes currently include AI spawning and respawning behavior, navigation and pathfinding systems, area and zone component lock contention, excessive ship and vehicle accumulation, fire and temperature simulation overhead. Addressing these bottlenecks is expected to significantly improve gameplay responsiveness. I've heard it before, but we'll see. Ship cleanup and entity density. Ship cleanup systems are consolidated into the density manager. Current cleanup behavior focuses on entity density rather than simple timers. Brick ships and abandoned vehicles are contributed more load than expected. The team is investigating solutions while keeping future gameplay features and long-term scalability in mind. Additional tuning, monitoring, and live operational controls are being developed. The impact of 4.8 gameplay changes. The new imprint and insurance systems altered player behavior in ways that increased server load. More claimed abandoned and destroyed ships are persisting throughout the universe. Gee, I wonder why that is. Maybe it's because you all chickened out at the last minute and refused to put any sort of bite into claiming systems because people were worried that the game bugs would make it harder for you to play. Game bugs already make it hard to play. Just make your game, please. That is one of my biggest bugaboos right now, is that CIG will tiptoe up to the line to add some limited consequences for players in the game so that, you have your choices start to matter more. And then people lose their fucking mind because they're afraid that it's going to prevent them from playing the game. And then they immediately collapse like a fucking lawn chair. They fold like a fucking lawn chair and then just give in to everything and then remove any bite or any point to the systems they implement. Every single fucking time they do this. They do this routinely because they're afraid of the backlash from the community. Every single time. And I'm fucking tired of it. Not only that, they need to let people salvage abandoned and brick ships, especially in armor zones. They also need to make money, make it so that people can salvage those things and actually get something from it. Because right now, there's no reason to salvage. You just don't make any money during salvage, or there's no point in salvage. There's no reason to do it. Like, here's a simple in quotation marks, idea. Make a mission where you're delivering RMC to a specific group to get reputation, and that reputation will unlock blueprints. So you can have a salvage system similar to the mining resource system where you have to get those resources and sell them, which requires you to get RMC or construction materials. I'm mad at players always lie and say after 1.0, like they won't still complain then, but that's not even the point. You need to be able to put that in there so they can test it, so they can have the balance for the release anyways. Because when they put it into 1.0, people will complain that it's now broken because the game will also break when they add those systems in. Like, it's broken now. You can't break it anymore. Put the fucking thing in and then you fix it. But it's not popular with the community. What I just said is absolutely not popular with the community. People will hate the fact that I said that because they're like, well, I want to play my game that I paid money for, which I understand. But the game I paid money for is not the game that we're currently playing right now. So I'd like that game to exist before we start talking about what you can play. Either way, people will be mad. So just put it in the fucking game. Stop worrying about people's perceptions on things and put it in there and balance it later. All right. Sorry, a little ranting there, but that's one of the reasons why this exists right here, is because people freak out about that stuff. These behavioral shifts become a major factor in current server performance challenges. Resiliency and backend stability. Many legacy systems were designed before the transition to cloud services. Inventory, reputation, and social systems now rely heavily on asynchronous backend communication. The team is auditing systems under a new resiliency charter focused on explicit failure handling, self-healing behaviors, reduced service dependency, fragility. Recent fixes have already resolved issues that could possibly stall inventory actions for several minutes. God, this just keeps going. Shard lock improvements. What players commonly refer to as shard lock occurs when a character fails to properly stow after disconnecting, preventing re-entry into the game. Infrastructure failures and character repair issues were major contributors. Additional monitoring and automated recovery systems are being implemented. Players are encouraged to wait before triggering a character repair when encountering a shard-related login issues, as the system will often resolve itself. If a character repair is needed, it should only be performed while logging out of a fully logged out of game, and players should wait approximately 15 minutes before attempting to log back in. That is true. One of the things that I discovered is if you get shard locked, walk away. Come back in 24 hours. The game will typically fix itself, because the one time I was shard locked this in 4.8, I walked away for 24 hours and it fixed itself. So, like, it will resolve itself over a certain amount of time for whatever reason. Either the server gets stowed or it goes through some checks or whatever it is. I'm guilty of this. I don't want them to implement Death of a Spaceman when I die so I can easily to opening a door. I get it. What the game is going to have those consequences, and I would rather those consequences be in so they could test them and iron them out now, because they can always balance them more aggressively away from consequences if it's in the game, if there's a problem. The problem is that CIG doesn't even want to fucking test it. They don't even want to put them out into the wild to have people experience it before they immediately desaturate the whole damn thing. Thank you, Red Break. Thanks for hanging out, man. Boop, boop, boop. Player growth continues. Daily average player activity has increased significantly compared to 2024. Several months into 2025 showed growth exceeding 50% year over year. The team highlighted this growth as both a success and a source of increased operational complexity. Bug prioritization change. The player experience team now plays more a direct role in bug prioritization. Priorities are increased based on the player impact alongside technical severity and development requirements. Focus of areas from Alpha 4.9 include instance hangars, freight elevators, quantum travel, star map, inventory, docking, login flow, ship destruction issues, and new player experience improvements. That's not a bug though. The NPE is not a bug, that's just they need to fix that. Current high priority issues. Hangars, door synchronization issues, incorrect hangar assignments, impound transfer failures, vehicle spawning collisions, persistent hangar across access problems. Login flow, card lock related login failures, friends list inaccuracies, docking. Non-functional docking collars, missing collision on docking bridges, cargo service communication failures, freight elevators, missing mission cargo, cargo pickup failures, cargo disappearing during transfers, intermittently non-functional elevators. Quantum travel and star map. Route resets, navigation failures around obstacles, destination selection issues, incorrect quantum exits. Inventory. Temporary inventory outages, equipment state issues, missing item coins, icons, slow inventory loading, item mitigation, and persistence inconsistencies. Exploit management. Some exploits stem from deeper systemic issues rather than isolated bugs, and certain exploits may remain active temporarily while teams gather data to investigate root causes. Active investigations include duplication exploits, economy exploits, mission bypasses, and environment exploits. every boast gets exploits. Now there is one. Let me go back to here and fix this real quick. There was a mention towards the back, I think.
Usually because they're too busy running around making sure everybody else is doing their work and like, I don't got time for you. We tried to get Phil here today for this and like this, and again, too busy going through and making sure everything. But he had to
say about me.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, I'm also really busy.
You're almost. Can you see it?
Forward.
You see it? Oh, that doesn't really look like anything. It's exposed wrong. Okay, switch to that one. Switch to Benoit now. Look, Benoit's closer camera. Benoit's camera. Benoit's camera. No, it's still overexposed.
Oh,
right.
well.
Anyway, this is a dashboard of what people are working on to.
To the right side. Okay, good. So hangars. I'm gonna start with hangars.
Oh, that's a tough start. Okay, yeah. It's written for a few technology iterations ago now, so.
Yeah. We are tracking several
sync systems. They have to go through lots of steps.
I didn't go through most of the first hour hardening that we're doing as well, but there's a lot of issues that are being tracked from the first hour of gameplay. Like basically you're a new player.
For the MPE, they mentioned specific bugs with radar in the tutorial Pisces. Is it tutorial Pisces? I didn't know that. That is affecting more than just the ship. Okay.
You come in, what's your first hour of gameplay? So this goes from ship combat behaviors, rubber banding. We talked about sort of
friend, maybe. It's like I said, it's
these are things. These are a bit more less critical, but critical to the first hour of gameplay, right? So that gives you a bit of an idea.
It's just try to utilize whatever judgment you have. If you don't know with you, again, this is part of our schedule stuff. You were here. You're literally. It's not no coincidence that you're over here. You should know that 4.9 is scheduled for the middle of July. It was the end of January and the end of March, and then in May we switched to the middle. The next one is June. It follows the same cadence as last year. We just had ones in the middle. So the cadence has been in place for 18 months now. The next patch is scheduled for the middle of July. I don't have specific answers for you yet, but I know there are conversations going on about whether that should happen or not. Whether 4.9 goes ahead as planned, but we remove content from it, whether we keep the content in and we push that release back further to give it more time to address. The only thing I can confidently comment on right now is that the people in this room and the other big decision makers that are having this conversation right now do not want a repeat of what just happened. So we're going to, through one method or another, whether it's removing content from 4.9 that we don't think is ready, or whether it's pushing 4.9 back until the content is, I don't know which direction we're going to take, but none of what we've talked about today is worth anything without meaningful action. So stay tuned to find out which direction that goes. Check in with your roadmap roundup, and I'm sure there'll be an announcement from the community team or whatever about which path we go. But that's it. That's our show. Thanks for watching. I'm Jared. That was Benoit. That was Jens. I think your mom was in chat, Jens. There was at least one person here who was like totally in love with you and was like, they should be on the show every week and whatnot. So
I agree. You should be on the show every time.
So hi, Jens's mom, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time, everybody.
Thank you.
That was the other thing I wanted to talk about was that they're going to possibly delay 4.9. Does that mean it's going to be delayed? No, but I guarantee you we're not getting Xenothreat. Unless they already said we're not getting Xenothreat. I'm actually kind of glad about that because Xenothreat as they had was garbage. It's dog shit. It was awful. It was cut and paste last end of the Frontier Fighters all over again, and that sucks. I like the collection events. I think they're dog shit for storytelling devices, and CIG is using them as big events, sort of storytelling devices, and they don't work like that. They just don't have that. NBA is a Pisces that makes you fly up to the orbital station of wherever planet you chose, and Stanton goes. It goes away after you land. Okay. Four nine doesn't coincide with a major ship sale, so I'm sure 4.9 will be allowed to cook. They'll still release a ship in 4.9. They've been releasing a ship every patch. They have not said that they're going to do. That have canceled it. They said the next patch is 4.9, so it sounds like we don't have a 4.8.3, which makes sense. If the CTO is up to 3 in the morning, is up till 3 in the morning trying to fix something, then there are major problems with the game, and they shouldn't be pushing new events out when they have a major problem. Foundation Festival patch, yeah. In wrestling, most of the stories are simply I don't like you, so we're going to fight. What's wrong with that? Nothing. But there's usually a reason why they don't like people. All right, I'm gonna get some water real quick. And when I come back, we'll continue to talk. We'll look at the actual 4.9 if it actually happens. We'll do a capsule. So, of the delay 4.9 and fix instead fix shit. I don't think delaying 4.9 to fix shit is gonna work. Zero ship, Xeno threat escaped the game and infiltrated the servers. One of the problems I have, before I go, one of the problems I have with how CIG tells their big tentpole stories is that they tell them without any narrative consequence and without any urgency. Ben said something like, we need more guardrails and to respect them. People took that as a dig against junior teams, but I think it was against whoever decided to skip the PTU process. No, it was not Ben. What are we talking about, Django? About the MPE? That's what we're talking about? Talking about Benoit? Yeah, make some water. Be right back. Your fun button is on, chat. Go wild. I didn't watch all the way through. I only got about 30 or 40 minutes in originally, and I heard that at the end they mentioned 4.9. So I don't know what we're talking about when it comes to like guardrails and stuff like that. This is if the new NPE. I don't know what it means, but we need more guardrails and respect them. We need
just an old-fashioned cowboy.
We need a fundamental function. All right, you're already going crazy.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Drugs.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Pilot.
old-fashioned cowboy.
Turning it off. I assume he meant quality and risk guardrails, I hope. Possibly. All right. Turning everything off for now. So, for those of you who are new, welcome. We're going to be doing what I call a capsule. So this is where I take a section of this live stream and I record it directly for YouTube. So I will not be responding directly to chat for the next couple of moments. I'm going to be focused on reading the 4.9 roadmap roundup. All right. Here we go. Oh, hello there. Welcome back to another fantastic capsule. That's right. Capsule. This is a small segment of my office hours live stream that I do on twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/theastropub live on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Would love to have you come join us live, even though chat's going to lie to you and say this isn't live because they're awful. Yeah. Live. We talk about Star Citizen lore news and more. Today, we're going to talk about the roadmap roundup, the latest release. But I'm going to start off with sort of a 4.9 discussion. So feel free to talk about this in the comments below, which is in the latest Star Citizen live tech talk. It is over 2 hours long, and I would not be... I would not hold it against you if you do not watch it because it is very dry and very dense. So there's a lot there. It explains a lot about what's going wrong with CIG currently, what they're trying to do to fix some of the problems in terms of technical base, because it's with Benoit Beauchescourt, who is the chief technical officer of Cloud Imperium Games. So he's the guy who's behind all of the servers and all that sort of things, all the things that are actually causing problems with Star Citizen. But at the very end of that, Jared said very candidly that they're planning on shooting for a 4.9 release in the middle of July, but they may delay it to later or may completely rip entire features out of 4.9 if they're not comfortable with it. They're basically now in defensive mode. So CIG is now in the point where they have blown themselves up so badly with 4.8, 4.8.1, and 4.8.2 that they're likely skipping 4.8.3 altogether, unless that was just a miscommunication from Jared, so no more Xeno threats, and going straight to 4.9, and even then we may see a gutted patch or a delayed patch altogether. So we'll see. So keep that in mind. Everything I'm about to say is not necessarily a guaranteed ad, but it's what they're shooting for. It may come in 4.9, and that 4.9 may come in after July or the end of July, or it could be in a 4.9.1 patch down the road. So with that being said, let's get to looking at this. All right, notable changes for June 17th, 2026. Release view, GATAC Raylan. And GATAC, I always forget how to say this right. T-Louis? No. T-Louis. T-Louis. Right? T-Louis. That's right. I don't know how to say it properly. Both coming in for it. Item recovery, ship loadout and improvements. Implementing item recovery, ship loadout improvements, updating ship and item recovery to better support custom loadouts through timed claims, optional expedite fees, elevator item claims, and debuting a free recovery option when losses are detected outside of the player's control. Okay, so they're going to be giving you actual coverage for ship loadouts beyond beyond what they currently have, sounds like. Nine Tails armor update. Implementing updated armor sets for the Nine Tails criminal organization. Let me pull that up so I can show you images from that. Oh no, they don't have the images. No. Let me look it up real quick. Thank you. I'm gonna have to cut this out. But this, I was typing in for looking for things. This is what they're adding to 4.9. This is what the new stuff. Now, for those of you who followed me for lore stuff, know that the Nine Tails themselves are sort of a Yakuza inspired gang. Definitely taken a lot of the Yakuza inspirations. And so that's always been present in their armor schemes and such. But now it's just not even, it's just overtly these samurai helmets and stuff like that. So let me Google this real quickly because I've got this. I can't seem to find it. I guess I'll just find it in the roadmap. This has been one that people have been talked about for a while. Right here. The CQ7. This has been in concept since like 2013. So bullpup enjoyers rejoice. You are getting a bullpup in Star Citizen. The ordnance cargo holder is another one that's interesting. Because implementing a storage frames for missiles, torpedoes, bombs, and placed on cargo grids to improve presentation and handling. This right here, so you can see it. Actual crates to hold torpedoes, bombs, and missiles. This is something that I have been looking forward to forever. Something I've been saying has been needed for a while for transporting this kind of stuff, because now you just don't just like dump it off to the side. You can actually put it into an ordnance holder and then carry that ordnance holder around. Beloved palletization. Logistics. And lastly, new hairstyles. Implementing 2 new hairstyles along with an update for one hairstyle to bring it up to quality standards. So I didn't read the description for Bearing Bullpup. Implementing the Bearing CQ7 Bullpup, a battle rifle purpose-built for close quarters engagement, combining the compact handling of a bullpup design with the firepower needed for intense frontline and boarding combat. So does that mean we're going to get Legionnaire? Maybe. Maybe not. I think it's going to be released because the more urban environment of Ninetales. Because we do know that the Ninetales Siege of Orison is going to be part of 4.9 in theory. In theory. So that's what we might get for 4.9. Now remember, this may still end up becoming a nothing burger. We still may end up with most of the stuff not working. But the little that we've seen in terms of what we have so far for 4.9 is fairly good. Some new stuff, including new armor, a new weapon, a weapon that people have been asking for forever. And I know you weird freaks that love your bullpups are going to absolutely love it. So, comment down below if you, in fact, hate me for hating on your kink of enjoying ammo being loaded the wrong way. And I mean, we might say a little bit about new hairstyles. New hairstyles are great. CIG handcrafts all these hairstyles. So the fact that they've been adding new hairstyles pretty much every patch for the last 3 years is pretty cool. So you're allowed to be wrong, Astro. There's no wrong way. I will put a stand right now and say it's just unnatural. Bullpups are unnatural. Say why I'm wrong in the comments below, please. But that's what we latest updates with 4.9. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. If you did enjoy this, please hit that follow button. Subscribe on YouTube for more content. Hit the like button and hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. As always, I want to hear your thoughts down below on anything I just talked about. The bullpup thing is mostly a joke, but I would like to hear that. Also, do you think 4.9 is going to be delayed? Thank you for watching. And like I said every time, hope to see you someday in the black. Do you think we get a new Banu ship before the Merchantman? Absolutely yes. We will get maybe 2 Banu ships before we get the Merchant. Professional as shit, other than the fact that I was muted for some of that. I'll edit it. We'll cut some of that parts out. So. Astropub, how do you feel about Ollie taking a job with CIG? Is he a traitor? What the fuck do you mean? Of course not. I'm actually excited for Ollie to get a job at CIG because, Ollie comes from the perspective of a content creator and from the community itself. So he has more insight in terms of what's going on our side that CIG just doesn't have time to deal with. Yeah. Banu Midget Man. No, I know bullpups, why they exist. They exist in theory so you can put a full, like, long barrel rifle in the compact size closer to an SMG. So you get the punching power of a rifle without the with the handling and in theory maneuverability of an SMG. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely good there, X. I can do a couple episodes this weekend. The bulk of a long arm rifle, yeah. The funny part about that, the funny part about it is I am tangentially part of several military shitposting communities in the sense that I just sort of follow along and see what these idiots say. Non-credible defense is one of those things. I haven't visited there in a while, but it's always funny. And so I do know enough that gun nuts have an opinion about bullpups. And the fact that CIG has hinted at a bullpup in Star Citizen forever and are finally pulling the trigger, pun intended, on it is going to be very funny. Paul knows, Ollie 43 knows Astropub. Ollie 43 got a job at CIG. Paul continues to be the CIG's best unintentional recruiter. And all I got for it is kicked off this content creator program. That's all the content that I was really going to go over today. They can kick you out, but they can never de-specialist you. You're goddamn right. I earned that title. Yeah. What? I openly told, explained what I heard from inside CIG's walls. Not breaking NDAs as far as I know, because I wasn't the one being told these, or I wasn't the one telling these things from inside CIG. These were all inside sources. They kicked me out. Now, they did so without telling me, so they never sent me an email. They just simply removed me from the lists, so I no longer get their free shit. I'm gonna double check that, but last I checked, they didn't. Have you heard how the Tylenol ship got passed as a military ship made by GATAC? Or has the lore been changed or ignored? It's been changed or ignored. I can't even play. If anyone on my friends list finds out I downloaded Squad Break 2, they'd be done with me. I'd be like getting an X for the 4th time. Yeah. Yeah. All it is CIG gives content creators access to ships early. So like for instance, I would get access to the Tilui, and maybe the Raylan, so like for a bit, and then they would give me probably a free Raylan or a free Tilui to give away, one of the two. It's nice, but I mean, it was a good idea. It worked for what Twitch was and what Star Citizen was 4 or 5 years ago. And CIG will never turn that system into something that actually matters, which, would be insider information, access to developers, to, expedited access to developers to get interviews and to talk about certain things. So, yeah. They wreck your unmeltable. Can I steal my Redeemer, you mean? No, my Redeemer's still there. It still says it. Paul's most favorite ship, CIG giveaway. No, I mean, it also means I probably got put on their blacklist, so they won't do anything with me or even mention me on stream or anything else like that. Which is fine. It's not like they really did that anyways. They're burning the history books. No, they haven't said anything. CIG hasn't like, the only way I know about it is that other content creators I know have gotten their emails and their giveaways. I was just just taken off the list and didn't get anything added. So they've explained nothing, though it's easy to understand. It's because I talked about my discussions with CIG devs at Squadron 42. And now take this as you wish, but I don't think they would have done it if they thought I was being duped or if I was wrong. But the fact that I leaked that it was delayed before they were ready to talk about it, they took me off the list. No more lore collabs? Hey, man. I welcome CIG to find lore content creators other than myself. I've been begging for people to do lore content for Star Citizen for a while. It's not happening, so it is what it is, man. As I've said many times in the past, I would not hold myself back simply because of this of CIG giving me free ships, because at the end of the day, a free ship isn't worth my soul. All I'm asking is for the community to actually recognize that fact for fucking once and stop just calling me a shill for no reason. If you could choose an author that's great at science fiction for Star Citizen, which authors would you like to see handle their material? Like have someone write lore for Star Citizen, like lore stories. Honestly, I probably wouldn't want well-known science fiction writers. I'd love to see more up-and-coming science fiction writers given those sorts of options. Since you're my favorite Star Citizen content creator, I feel bad for you, but I'm sure it stings a little bit. Hey, you got us. Honestly, the thing that sucks is that there's a lot of folks who work at CIG, who work in that department, who I would have counted as friends a year, like even a couple months ago. And the fact that they didn't even bother to reach out and explain why or even like talk about it, they just do it silently, shows me they don't really give a shit. that this was always just a superficial, because I'm a content creator that they sort of like, kind of thing, which, stings. That's what stings more than anything, but it is what it is. Novels, write books, and franchise. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like some of my favorite new authors are authors that are doing content for like Warhammer 40K or Halo or those sorts of things. People I find because they do an interesting book in that series, and I find out they've done books on their own, and to read some of those books. I wouldn't want somebody like I always forgot the name. It's the two authors who do The Expanse, Tyson and whatever. Like I wouldn't want that sort of thing, because like it's far better to have somebody who is hungry and young, just hungry and new to take a crack at something like Star Citizen than it is to like get somebody who's established and is been around for a while. Dan Abnett did really good, but Dan Abnett, made his name doing 40K stuff. Or novel, not video. Like, this is not a new author by any means. Let me look it up. Karen Travis would be a good one, I'd say. Oh, wait, I didn't do that.
Harabek_weather, just resubscribed for 26 months. Hey Paul. How do you enjoy SCL? I thought the overall tone was somber, but it was a good talk. Curious about 4.9 now.
Thank you for the 26 months there, Herbeck. How did I enjoy SCL? Somber is a good word for it. I don't want to read into too many things, but we're just having this conversation. But I wouldn't be surprised if some people are pissed because they found out that Squadron has been delayed to 2027. Because a lot of the teams who work on Star Citizen don't necessarily work on Squadron, so they may find out later than others. So you have 4.8, which is killing itself and is, I would say, widely regarded by the community, whether it's fair or not, to be effectively a shitty patch. Like just a bad patch overall. And they're already going in for 3.18 mode for recovery, for trying to like do everything they can to try to bring back trust by saying they will hold themselves to a higher standard with 4.9, whether that exists or not. I don't think Star Citizen isn't hyper fucked as people seem to think it is. But I do think that CIG is now discovering that they can't do a year of playability and then a year of features, because the features will break the game more. So. Paul, what's the name of the Star Trekker playlist from a couple streams ago? Went looking last night, couldn't find it. It's just called Star Trekker soundtrack. Just look at the Star Trekker OST. There's an entire playlist for it on YouTube. In my opinion, as long as they don't cut the Super Heavy's armor, but we get a bunch of bug fixes, I'll be okay. Maybe. I have a feeling like CIG is looking at it and realizing they bit off more than they can chew. And I don't know. I'm trying to think about how to describe this. I don't think CIG is set to in a pace right now where they can end the year with a bang that they wanted. I think CIG may be staring at things that they're going to have to fix, which is going to delay a bunch of the stuff they wanted to release, and thus push back their timetable a lot, which is why the somber mood. Effectively, they're not going to get as much done as they hoped they were going to get done this year, and that's going to impact how long it takes for them to do more stuff in the future, which feels like backsliding, because it is backsliding. This is what it was like before 4.0. Where CIG would pull something from a patch, and then it would either disappear from the roadmap, and you wouldn't ever show up again, or would show up 2 years later, or it would be pushed down until like 6 months later, and it would come out still broken and still unfinished. So people felt like why are you delaying shit when it just releases broken? If there's one FPS weapon you would add, what would it be? First FPS weapon? An axe? A boarding axe? Okay, well, it won't get delayed. It ships sales. Well, that's the question. Never bet against Chris Roberts and CIG in terms of making money. They always seem to manage to make money. But the question becomes, and they've been still making money despite all the problems. But let's look at the state of the world in August and in September, when a lot of the fuel shortages finally start to hit a lot of the places that have managed to stave that off. And then because of the lack of fertilizer being sent out, that'll cause pressures for food costs will go up. The question, plus on top of that, the ongoing insane increase in servers and in things like PC component parts like RAM and all that kind of stuff. What will anything look like in October or in September or October? Like, I don't know. So, can CIG fall out on their feet? Yeah, they've done it. They did it during COVID. They could probably do it again. Like, there's nothing stopping them from doing those sorts of things. The question is more, is CIG going to keep the enthusiasm through the rest of the year? And is the world around us going to be able to support something as lavish as Star Citizen in its current state? That's the problem. When it comes down to it, I couldn't tell you right now what Star Citizen is going to be like at the end of the year, because I don't think CIG knows what it's going to be like. And before Kotaku writes Star Citizen article, Star Citizen players don't trust CIG's writing team. I don't think people know that Star Citizen has a writing team. During COVID, people had a lot of stimulus money to burn, and they were also stuck inside, so they had more. They had more income to dedicate to things like gaming, even though inflation was still bad. But like I said, never count out Chris Robertson making money. Like, I'll do this so you can get an idea. They have made $91 million. In the past, they made $8 million, or they made $9 million in June of 2025. They are almost at $8 million right now. They're at 7.9 mil. And they just released a new ship. And they still have a week and a half left in the month. They're going to break last year's record. Now, I don't think they'll beat the all-time record, which is June 2022, but they'll get close. So if they add an additional 2 million to this list, that goes into 93 million. Around that same time, that would put us at September of last year, middle of November 2024. They are on pace to hit 200 mil this year in funding. It's not even just Wales, though, because we can also look at Citizens. This is the same chart by Citizens. So last year, which was a particularly good year for new people coming in, they had 34,000 new people. They have 23,000. But because of the previous months being really, really good, they're already at close to 400,000 people this year alone. They're ahead of 2023, and they're not going to get 2022 because I don't think they'll get close to it, but they won't get to 2022 because you already see they way outpaced them with May 2022. They had 176,000 new signups. So it's not just Wales. It's new players becoming Wales very quickly. I don't know if he's still here, but we had a guy come in who basically spent $250+ on ships when he got into the game. He just got into the game and bought a Cutlass Black, a Starlight, and a Salvation. I just like, what? Yeah, it's accounts. But, to assume that all of these people are just like burner accounts for whatever reason is insane. And it's on pace with like the new stuff, that kind of stuff. Dude, what the fuck? You're still live? Yeah, I'm closing it out here in a couple of minutes. Yeah, it's been 4 hours. Don't go, I just got here. What do you want to talk about, Tomato? Because I think right now the vibes are dog shit for Star Citizen. The game isn't bad, but the vibes are shit. Thank you. I love this tie. Everyone loves this tie. It's falling apart. I need a new one of these, but... Nah, I'll buy myself a tie. I want to buy a nice tie like this. I created 2 accounts with Aurora Mark II starter packs and let my friends try out with them. That's nice. What the fuck? I don't want to give people my personal address because I don't have my P.O. box anymore. Yes, hot dog on a stick colors. Someone said Southwest Airlines colors. I'm not correcting anybody. Hello, I just recently returned and bought a couple of ships during DefenseCon. Now I'm getting sucked into melting and creating up ships. You've been caught in the whirlwind, my friend. Send Astro stuff to Manchester. Don't get leaked to his house. Austin. I'm in Austin. Can you believe this guy canceled Squadron Raid 2 and then complains about the vibes? Are some science fiction author books you've read recently? Yeah. So there's a couple things. I've been reading a lot of short stories. My wife got this for me for my birthday. It's got H.G. Wells. So let's see some of those. W.E. Du Bois. Dubois. It's W.E. Du Bois, I think. Arthur C. Clarke. Lafferty. Isaac Asimov. Kurt Vonnegut. George R. R. Martin. Gibson. William Gibson. So some of the names you might see. And then there's some more like lesser known ones, like Shijin Liu. It's got some like Chinese, Japanese, like Russian, German, French authors who are like a little bit less known in the West for this one. So this one's been fun to read through. I also like Martha Wells. I've been reading through the Murderbot series, which is a really fun one. My wife's book is doing okay in sales. It's never sold a lot. Go buy it. It's good. I got my wife a book on, we got Chuck Tingle. And Chuck Tingle technically wrote some sci-fi erotica recently. For those of you who don't know who Chuck Tingle is, he is a goat. He is amazing. I've been looking to get reading some of the books by C. Robert Cargill, who is an Austin native, but he's the guy who wrote Sinister, Sinister 1 and 2, and the Black Phone series, The Gorge, which recently came out, which is a pretty good one, the original Doctor Strange. So he writes a lot of like screenplays, but then he also writes his own books and stuff like that. Chuck Tingle, baby. Chuck Tingle. Chuck Tingle is the guy who writes his books sound like memes. He calls them tinglers. Like the latest one is pounded in the butt by my physical manifestation of spending an irresponsible portion of my income on War Pounder 40K miniatures. Another one is The Curse of Bigfoot Butt Camp. These are actual books you can buy on Amazon, by the way. My butt is comforted by the realization that I'm okay and everything will be all right. Chef Woolly Mammoth Eats My Butt. If you can't tell, the stuff he writes is very satirical. So he actually, those are the kind of things he writes. He got a lot of attention for it. But he also writes like horror slasher novels. Like he wrote a book, his most recent book is called Fabulous Bodies. The one that I got my wife recently is called Bury Your Gaze. He is a fantastic satirical and like a really good author, just in general. What I come back to, is this still Tingle? Yeah, we just talked about Tingle. If CIG weren't fucking cowards, they'd get Chuck Tingle to write Star Citizen books for them. Star Citizen streamer crashed out about being blacklisted by CIG, starts ranting about sci-fi erotica. People ask about books, and I was trying to say Chuck Tingle's a good writer. This does sound like something that the Onion would write. He's got a very Onion feel to him, but he's very authentic. He's a very authentic dude. Speaking of, what do you think of the Ocarina remake? I don't know. I don't have a Switch 2, so. I really dislike the Tingle guy in the Zelda games. It's a psych thriller, yeah. So he made waves like, I would say 7 or 8 years ago, pre-pandemic, because he would write these like really over-the-top titles for Amazon and self-publish them on Amazon. And they'd be more like short stories or novellas. And then like I heard it was like a ha-ha hee-hee, and then a kind of thing. And then a guy I follow on YouTube did an expose on him and actually got an interview with him. And I found out that the dude is really, really sincere about his beliefs and the way he talks about how he writes and what he does. It's like, God damn, this man's a poet. This man knows how to write. And he's used his sort of like satirical books that he wrote on Amazon, self-published on Amazon, to get him to write actual, like full real novels. And his full real novels are really good because they deal with things like love and fame and betrayal. It's all very like psychosexual in its nature, but it's not like it's not explicit in that necessarily. It's more thriller, I guess is the way to put it. No, I don't think he does sci-fi right now. He just does horror. I was joking that he did his first sci-fi book because he wrote one of his satirical books about getting pounded in the butt by his irresponsible spending on Warhammer 40k miniatures because he got into Warhammer 40k. When do you think the on-ship food and water facilities are going to start working? Probably take a bit. Well, I'm guessing it'll be a good year or two before that kind of actually comes in. The random series stuff only works. The coffee cups work, but like we don't have food fabs yet, and that's really what they need is to add food fabs. You need more than coffee? Counter-revolutionary. Crucible in 5 to 6 years. I don't even know when Crucible's coming out, man. That's what it feels like right now, is that it feels like CIG is sort of stuck in a slow drag of getting things across the way. Like, we're waiting for like what? We're still waiting on a new, like, flight model. That's still nowhere to be seen. We've got the new flight model, which is not here. We've still got Maelstrom, which isn't here. We still have scanning, which isn't here. Then that's not to mention things like the Bounty Hunter version 2. Hopefully we're near the end so we can all finally poke the corpse a few more times and all slowly walk away in silence. I don't think Star Citizen's failing anytime soon. Greater men than me have predicted the failure and fall of Star Citizen and have been wrong. I am not going to sit here and try to say that Star Citizen is going to fail 90 days tops, anything like that. But it feels like CIG is belly crawling their way across the finish line. Like Derek Smart, I mean, like a lot of folks, people who are smarter than me when it comes to game development, people who have more experience, people who have been in the industry longer, people who like journos who have more insider knowledge, people who've worked at CIG. All of them have been wrong. I forgot, yeah, new flights of control surfaces as well, yeah. I don't think CIG is going to really add movable control surfaces to everything. I think it'll be more like they simulate control surfaces. Quantum is never happening. I've accepted that. Star Sim is going to be significantly less. I think Star Sim, the basics of Star Sim is not going to be, they're going to have some sort of background general thing that will determine demand and supply for certain areas. And that background sim will then exist there for the sake of generating probability volumes for missions, for player-driven missions. And of course, the supply and demand of certain locations. But the idea of a virtual AI, that's fucking gone. No VAI shit. No persistent AI shit. It's just going to be used as sort of a very basic way of distributing missions and distributing demand and supply so that you have more of a dynamic economy that isn't just completely static. I think they're working really hard to getting on instancing together. I think it's hanging up a lot of their shit because it's some wild fucking tech. I'm a system engineer in financial tech. The type of system they're building is next level comms, and building the bulletproof connection layers is way harder than everyone's starting to think about. That would make sense if CIG and people like Benoit themselves even didn't go out and say that like they thought it was going to be simpler to do this stuff than it was to do the original server meshing. So. The reality is that the game isn't what it was originally pitched. The game is going to be an MMO with a player economy. It's not going to be Eve 2.0 because I don't think it'll have that level of independence, and CIG will still pull a lot of levers. And that's what Star Sim is really going to be for, is to pull levers to manage the economy a little bit better. But it's still not an NPC-driven universe. It is a straight-up player-driven universe with a player-driven economy where people are going to be going for crafting and all that kind of stuff. For good or for ill, that's the way it's going to be. When Tony Z that was left, that was the end of that. Nah, I mean that the Quantum and Quanta was dead many years ago. The reality was that Quantum always required server meshing to work and then the backend systems to work. And as the game got more complex and bigger, the idea of Quantum became far less feasible to put hours and resources into to make work. The second they started going, we're going to build an economy team, was the second you were like, yeah, well, of course, they're going to drop this idea when they built an in-game economy team. So we're not going to have the 10% population versus 90% of NPCs. Not a clue. My guess is no. Would be hard to do. What do you mean? The NPC driven economy? No, the stuff the stuff that Tony Z was talking about was stuff that there were simulations that we were using in financial sector, especially for economics simulations since the 70s, with like hamster and wheel fucking technology on computers. Like Tony Z's vision of a dynamic Star Sim universe is not that complicated in simulation. The complicated part is tying it to gameplay systems and then having those systems not only function as mission distribution systems, but do so in a way that the payout makes sense for the wider economy. Because as everybody has experienced over the last 6 years, it's very easy to fuck that up and fuck up payouts and cause inflation or deflation to run rampant. And if that's your only way of introducing money into a system, it will fuck up everything. There's a reason why we have a complex system of central banking to control these sorts of things. And there's a reason why pretty much every country in the world has something like this. And I love CIG, but they would need an actual economist to come in and manage that system. And that economist would never get anything done because it's a combination of not just does it work, but also is it fun. Everything they're doing feels manual as fuck right now because it is manual as fuck right now. That's what everything is. That's the other thing. Systems, there's only going to be 5 systems, not 100 systems. Tony Z's idea was for 100 systems. Systems aren't big enough to get to control the flow of resources, but they could introduce variants based on different types of actions in the vicinity of stuff, which is kind of what Star System is supposed to be. Nah, Tony was pitching Quantum in 2019. CIG was still thinking about 100 systems in 2019. I honestly don't think that CIG really took a hard look at what they were doing until 2024. Yeah, way. I think Rich was the one who came in to actually sit down and control the fucking ship. Can't wait for Squad 42 to finally come out so they can concentrate on the game I've been pledging for. I wouldn't put all my eggs in that basket. I don't think Squadron 42 is doing anything but holding up, like, very specific people who have nothing to do with the game that is Star Citizen or the problems of Star Citizen. Think we'll have a CitizenCon next year? Yes. I'd rather they don't, but they will. Do you think the planets will ever orbit their sun? Will they give it up on that? I think they'll try at some point, but I don't think they care until they can get... I don't think it'll be a 1.0 thing. They still talk about seasons. They can simulate seasons without doing orbits. No, they must orbit. Basically overcharge and underdeliver. Probably episode 2 and 3 of Squad 42 will be a story that could have been. What? We were talking about this earlier, but what's going to happen is CIG is going to finish Squadron, fire everyone on the Squadron team, that they don't move over to Star Citizen, and then just focus on Star Citizen until that's out. Then I've heard rumors from inside CIG, but it's the same rumors that I've heard with everybody else has heard, which is a non-Star Citizen, non-Squadron 42 game. But those rumors were fleeting, and they're the same rumors that everyone else have heard about when it comes to what actually Soul Singer is. So the reality is we don't know. And that is so far fucking away, we just not a goddamn clue what that is, when that's going to happen.
Realistically speaking, with the current speed limits, we'd never be able to catch up with planets if they orbited. The solution is quantum, but you'd have to quantum curve, or you'd have to quantum to where the planet is going to be rather than where it is. And then you'd have to have a object container around the planet, which would effectively work as you getting dragged along with the planet. But at the scale and speeds upon which these planets would move, it would move insanely fast. So if you fell out of that object container, you would instantly be like hurled across the system. Elite manages orbits, so Star Citizen could. The difference is you can run Elite on a fucking toaster. Soulslinger would have to be in Angry Birds. No one trusting CIG with the third game. You say that now, Risto, but with a successful launch of Squadron 42 and Star Citizen, I think they would. Okay, after the release of Squadron 42 and Star Citizen, yes. That's the reason why we won't hear shit. Like, anything about Soulsinger is just rumors until it isn't, in the sense that it's such a far-off, distant thing that talking about it is as useless as thinking about it. Because while we are close to the release of Squadron 42, and I say that and everyone's like, we're about 3 years, like 9 months, 12 months. Kind of thing. We are also so very far away from Star Citizen 1.0. Like, super far away. Like, I think CIG probably wants to release Squadron 4 or Star Citizen in 2027 or 2028. But, you know, who knows? 1.0 in 5 years. 1.0 in 2035. All right. Here's something that's very uncomfy. It's going to be very uncomfy for most of you. There is a higher likelihood that CIG labels a patch as 1.0 and kicks it out the door than there is for the entirety of the list on the 1.0 roadmap to actually make it. It's much higher chance that CIG will just cut a feature because they don't want to work on it, or because they have no idea what to do with it, or not release a ship, and then just say, fuck it, and release 1.0 and keep working. And they will do it for a deadline. We know that they already do it for sales. Why wouldn't they do it for a deadline? Like, they will send it out 1.0 just so they can get an influx of cash because they wanted to have a nice big shiny date. It doesn't even matter. What deadline? That's the question. I don't know. The only thing I can think of that has anything close to do with a deadline is the loan or the amount of money they have to pay back the Calders with at some point. They have outside investors who are part of the board. They still have to pay them back. They still have to pay them money. And the amount of money that they have to pay them at this point is something like $110 million. And considering they don't have that money, They can pull it off as long as they keep up melting of ships and don't start insurance durations, both of which they would do. They will prevent you from melting ships, and they will start insurance durations specifically because they want to force you to pay for new ships. Remember, at the end of the day, CIG is a corporation. CIG will do anything that they can to keep the lights on and people paid. It's just, unlike other corporations, CIG's motivations are mostly imposed for survival and self-sustaining, self-sustenance, self-perpetuation. Whereas, typically most gaming corporations, their sole job is to make as much money as humanly possible. Whether it's a distinction without a difference, I don't know. But it's always important to keep that in mind. Star Citizen is a video game. Cloud & PM Games is not your friend. They are a corporation, and you should treat them like you treat any corporation, with a healthy dose of skepticism, and effectively only pay what you think you are willing to spend into the game for what its purpose is. So what I'm hearing is CIG is finally a full software company and publisher. I mean, they've always been like that. It's just now that with 1,000 people, they've got a lot more responsibilities for it. Do not treat them like you wouldn't treat a Ubisoft or an EA or Microsoft or a Valve or a Rockstar or Take-Two. They're no different than any of them. They ready to be my friend when they sold me my BMM. I just think a lot of people have higher standards for CIG that CIG doesn't put on themselves, ever. So I'll leave off this with the doomer take, which is just be prepared for whatever thing you specifically want or you're looking forward to in 1.0 to not make it to 1.0. Be prepared for Squadron or for Star Citizen to come out sooner than you think and less complete than you think. Rip Terra. Ironically, I think Terra would be the only one that is guaranteed to be in 1.0. It's just not guaranteed to be good in 1.0. The Endeavor is not coming in 1.0. That was never coming in 1.0. Like, that was one of the few ships that from the very beginning, they were like, well, shortly after they sold it originally, they were like, yeah, this is going to take far too long. I'm just glad CIG canceled CitizenCon so they can save money. And my thought is likely to spend money on going to places like Gamescom and Gamescom and TwitchCon and PAX West, those kind of places. They've already started to do some of that when they did that like little Las Vegas thing. So. Yeah, I wouldn't say a complete Terra. I don't think Terra is going to be complete, but you'll have like a landing zone in Terra and then places you can go to in Terra. The release of Sunday working state, release a few patches, then announce Star Citizen 2 ship purchases won't carry over. No, I don't think they'll do that. But I can guarantee you they'll still sell ships. And again, this sounds doomerish. It's not meant to sound doomerish. It's more of these are the realities you have to accept when it comes to Star Citizen, because at this point, anything else than sort of it's going to disappoint you at some point is letting yourself get set up for disappointment. I want to build the Voyager by RRL. Do you think CIG will license the design to me? Probably not. I think at one point CIG mentioned that Earth wasn't a really difficult part. Like the getting accurate images of Earth and recreating a one-to-one wouldn't be that difficult in their engine. The problem is more other planetary bodies. But I also don't think you're not joy flying on Earth. You're not going to be just going to Earth and be able to go into the atmosphere and fly around and go where you live and land and all that kind of stuff. It's probably going to be heavily secured. Wow, I never thought to see the day that Paul's losing faith in the verse. White Light, what I've just said is nothing new. I've said all of this before. Not having CitizenCon was about not having anything to show, not money. Yes and no. They would have had something to show no matter what. Just because CIG is not releasing anything doesn't mean they're not working on stuff in the background. It was 100% because they didn't want to take time away from development and because they wanted to have Squadron be the spotlight. It's because Paul's drinking. I'm drinking water, guys. Listen, I thought that Cash was going to come out this year because I thought Chris Roberts was going to do something stupid. Be like, we got 2 systems in again this year. Suck it. Like he did with Nyx. But it really depends on when Planet Tech is coming in. I'm still fairly confident we'll see Planet Tech come in 410. Depends on how bad 4.9 gets fucked or gets gutted or moved. But I'm my expectations are effectively server or instancing, some form of dynamic, semi-dynamic server meshing. The Nyx planets. And that's it, really. We've had no updates on the new flight model. We've had no updates on scanning. We've had no new updates on Maelstrom. And considering the state of 4.8, I don't think you're going to see that. Just give me a few NPCs on my ship so I can role play. That's not going to happen until after 1.0. Thank you, Jabberwocky. Don't get me wrong, I love this game, and when it works, I'm eager to see it succeed, but I've tampered my expectations.
That's effectively what I'm saying, is do not get wrapped up in the hype, because all you're going to do is set yourself up for disappointment. You're just going to end up in a bitter place in 2 years when the thing you're looking forward to the most is either gutted, cut down, or not what you expect it to be. Keep things simple, keep things straightforward, and if it doesn't meet those simple, straightforward requirements, walk away until it does. You playing Tabletop 40K this summer? Kill Team or larger skirmishes? I plan on playing some Tabletop 40K because 11th edition just came out, but I got to build my new gaming table, so. Probably do that go out buy that stuff this weekend or next weekend. All right, y'all. We're going to wrap this up. But I will finish off with this. Oh, nice, dude. I'm trying to get my son to build his first kill team, Deathcore Krieg, and pit them against my Imperial Fists. He's addicted and wants Necrons now, too. We still have some painting to do. Take it easy, Dibley. Ease him into it, especially with Necrons. As an Astra Militarum player, I can tell him, you know it's very expensive to do that. Necrons are great. They're fun to paint, and they're pretty simple to paint, too. What I would suggest, if you tell him this, that people on the internet say you would be much better off painting the minis you have and then buying new minis than building up a stockpile of minis you haven't painted, and then because eventually you get so overwhelming it's difficult to do. That's the state I'm at right now, where I'm doing a pretty good job of catching up with my mini painting, but I am still far behind on everything. And if I was to go back and tell myself anything, it would be just don't worry about it. Just take your time, paint what you got, and then move on to the new ones. So, my son is 6. He wants Space Marines. I have to play Space Mecha. What do you mean? If you want Space Marines, you can play Chaos. You can play Orcs. It's always a good one. Bitter Place. Oh, you mean like those people who keep crapping all over the game and putting it down? Perhaps that they're burnt out. They should play other games. That is 100% true, but it's more that at the end of the day, Star Citizen is a video game, and it's important to remember that as a video game, it should be fun. And if you're not having fun, there's no reason to play it. That's it. Always manage your own expectations. And at the end of the day, there are lots of fantastic games out right now. More coming out every day. I may be a little biased because Ace 8 is coming out soon. But, I mean, there's the Osiris Expanse game. There's Exodus, which are both like Mass Effect sort of inspired games. I've been playing through on my own. I've been playing through MechWarrior 5 on my off time, which has been fantastic. I finally beat the main story of MechWarrior 5. I hadn't done that in the past, which is nice. And I'm going through all the expansions. I'm currently at the clan expansion, so not the most recent one, but the one before that. Before that, I was playing a lot of Phantom Brigade, which is a fantastic game. I still haven't beaten, but I need to go back and beat. What is the name? The one where you have a cyborg daughter and you play as a astronaut, that kind of stuff, and you run around and with your robot daughter and try to solve things. It starts with a P. I can't remember the name of it, but that's a good one. Dark Heresy's coming out this winter.
Shit, there's just a lot of games coming out. Pragmata, thank you. There's a lot of games coming out this year and into the early next year. So if you're not enjoying Star Citizen, then just don't play Star Citizen. The thing we invested money into should be enjoyable. It should be. I agree. But wanting it to be enjoyable is not going to make it a thing. And being mad about it not being enjoyable is also not going to help. Because CIG doesn't care. They got your money. So the choice is either stick it out and hope it gets better, or just pause and come back to it when it gets better. Exactly. Star Citizen is entertainment, not a job. If you're not enjoying it, then just stop and go find something you do enjoy. Exactly. Watching it burn isn't healthy either. Yeah. So if you're looking at it being like, oh, I'm not having a good time and I think everything's bad, then don't play it. Don't follow it. Take it from somebody who's been working on lore videos for not Star Citizen for a bit. And I'm going to take some time this summer to get some of those lore videos done. And as a content creator, the ironic part is that my biggest video I've ever done on the Astro Historian channel is not a Star Citizen video. It was a complete lore of the Titanfall universe. As of right now, it's close to 500,000 views. It's at 313,692 views. The closest views I have for anything else is on the Bengal carrier with 140,996 views. It has double the amount of views, and it's been out less. It's only been out for 3 years, whereas the Bengal carrier was been out for 2 years. For Bengal, it's been out for 3. My best videos are about Star Citizen. Thank you. We ever get into more 40k lore videos? I might, but it's not really my thing. I'm going to do one on Battletech. I'm going to do one on maybe Armored Core, just for fun, because it's a really short one. It's a funky, weird one for one. I'm doing one on Arena Commander, on Ace Combat, just sort of as a primer for like the different wars and stuff like that of Strange Reel. Those are the big ones, for sure. Battletech, baby! Hey, Bops. I'm going to do a lore, like a primer on Battletech. The idea being, if you've never played Battletech or MechWarrior and you're interested in the universe, here's what you need to know. Because one of the things that I found personally playing through MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries again is that really MechWarrior is a fucking awful glimpse into the Battletech universe. Like, you really don't get perspective on scale, nor do you get perspective on like the wider universe itself. 40k does a much better job at sort of expressing that, and I feel like Battletech fails at it. They're in their books and in the like lore and the backstory, it's very eloquent, but the politics of what's going on in the universe of Battletech is very top down. You never really see it from the bottom. Oh, thank you, Dibley. Try to leave all the streaming ecosystem alone, but Salty Mike gave you another shout out today as the lore guy during his watch of the SCL. It made me smile. I enjoy both of you find Jen's content for different reasons. I like Mike. Mike and I want to say are still friends.
Me and Mike agree on like 98 to 99% of everything we say. It's just a matter of presentation. Yeah, my mate Huz goes about all the time, like what a resource mechs are, faction behaviors, politics, religions. It's also awesome. It's great. It's a really good universe. It's just, you don't really get that sense and scale with MechWarrior or even BattleTech. And that's where I really want to sort of emphasize is that like the BattleTech universe is at its core a living, breathing universe where everyone has their own goals and ambitions. And so the reason why it works well for storytelling and why it was invented in the first place is because it takes place over the entirety of the Milky Way galaxy, or at least a large portion of the Milky Way galaxy. And clusters of stars could have a single corporation, which seems like the most powerful thing that has ever existed in the universe of man, especially for the people who live under it. But it is only a small speck in the wider sphere of influence of one great house. But inside that one cluster with that one corporation, there could be espionage, assassinations, revolutions, wars, new empires building inside of these tiny ones, all happening at the scale that really you don't see. It's just so small, it's sort of ignored by the wider universe. Also, I appreciate when you said over the months, years, when you said you can take the boy out of Jersey, but you can't take the Jersey out of the boy. Absolutely love that. After working in New Jersey a while back, a few years, I understood that sentiment. I know enough people from New Jersey to know they're a stubborn folk. And it's like, oh, like Jersey Shore? No, like all of Jersey. People from New Jersey are just stubborn mules. They're very funny and very creative, but they're stubborn as fuck. And sometimes even peace and stability. If you're looking at the Star League, yeah. Lord of BattleTech, noise of mech feet stomping, noise of overheat alarm. Play those sounds for an hour or so, a picture of the mechs and release it as a lore video. There's more to it than that. It's hard. The games don't really emphasize that. That's one of the things that MechWarrior Living Legends did so well is that it put everything in perspective, because you could play as just a guy with a gun in the MechWarrior universe. And so you could see the scale of tanks and ground vehicles and just the scale of the mechs, how big they are. I want to be on the ground and have an Irby be scary as fuck. There's a scene in MechWarrior 5 where they talk about the the revolution. There's a revolution that happened inside of Karita space where there were protests about like Karita going too far, the Combine forces being too overzealous, and so people were protesting and getting mad. And there was not a Jenner, not a flea, a locust or a raven. It's like one of the smallest, lightest mechs you can have was there to support the Cretan forces. And when someone threw a bottle at it, it just turned into the crowd and then opened up with its heavy machine guns. And seeing the scale of what a locust is after you just like basically punted them across a map so many times, opening up into a crowd of civilians with 50 caliber machine guns made you go, oh, I understand the scale of this now.
A Raven guns down protesters, yeah. A lot of 80s IP were anti-communist propaganda. Others were just racist. A lot of them were also anti-capitalist propaganda. There was a lot of racism. And I love the old goofy BattleTech stuff. Because BattleTech was really weird. And they've kind of gotten rid of some of that. At some point, I'm going to do a video about why mechs are cool and why people like mechs. But the very basic argument I make about mechs is that mechs are the embodiment of modern warfare. When you look at a mech, you're seeing something that is close to human, but not quite human, that towers over you with weapons that are incomprehensibly strong and could eradicate you in a moment without even thinking. Something that's so big that you look like an ant in comparison to it. That is you are so insignificant to its existence. And that's kind of what modern war is. It doesn't give a shit about the average person, about the average soldier or civilian. It is simply a machine that consumes everything in its path. And to storytellers like Tamino with Gundam, that's a terrifying concept. And to storytellers in the BattleTech universe, that shit's cool as fuck. That shit is based and funny. Because it's not really parody, but it is damn near bordering on parody. How the great houses interact in the BattleTech universe, because they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about anything but fighting each other. They want power. They want to kill each other in their own families for power. They'll side with the enemy of their families for power, so they can get power back to their families. They'll hire a mercenary company to act like a completely different house, so you can spark a war with another house. Why? Because they want power, they want influence, they want control. And then wrapped up into this, you've got true zealot believers who believe what they're doing is right. You've got people doing it for money and for revenge. Human nature exploited on scales unimaginable. They sound like orc, or is it orcs? I mean, orcs do have a stompa. They do have their death dreads and their stompas, which are very similar. The only time they collectively gave a ship is when clans got involved. Yeah, because they realized that was they were a unified power that threatened to ruin all of their control, so it was better for them to join together in a defense against them or lose all of their influence. Feels feudal to me, like medieval warfare. It's exactly like medieval warfare. It's been described, like, to a modern audience, you describe it as, before the last season of it, Game of Thrones with mechs. The concept of BattleTech is the Holy Roman Empire in space. And the messy, backstabbing, war, revolutions, rebellions, all of that shit that happened, all slapped into one. So, like, the Holy Roman Empire in medieval times. Like, the thing is, like, if you own a mech in the BattleTech universe, you are like a knight. It is so expensive to have a mech and to keep it working that it is beyond belief that someone has it. So you're effectively like a medieval knight would be, where you have this expensive piece of kit that you have to keep going and keep working, and it constantly is breaking on you, and you're constantly being thrown against other people in the same kit to fight them, all that kind of stuff. Yep, it's Byzantium, it's the Habsburgs, it's the Borgias versus the Machiavelli, all rolled into one. Yep. My biggest problem with BattleTech Universe is when people forget that all the houses and great powers suck. And thus you get, oh, but the Davians are good guys. No, fuck you. Bad. Davians just have better PR department, and they do shitty things all the time. Yeah. Isn't Star Citizen the fall of the Roman Empire in space? Exactly it is. Even some of the earlier books refer to the feudalism of the era. Yep, the interstellar network to control the interstellar was defaults to the feudalism with vassals, with planet holdings, etc. And the people who actually control the communications equipment to talk with anybody else inside this vast networked human space is a religious order that is the last remnants of the last great empire. Comstar, people joke that it's space AT&T. It is space AT&T, but if AT&T controlled the Vatican. Catholic comms, yep. Yeah, they keep the great houses squabbling with each other because it's how they can keep themselves in power. And anytime someone steps out of line and tries to fuck with them, they nuke them from orbit. Yeah. So you better pay your fucking phone bill, Dibley, because if you don't pay your phone bill, you get excommunicated. And by excommunicated, I mean a fucking lance of heavily armed mechanized robots drops on your fucking backyard, and now you can't call anybody for help. Not only it's all FTL comms, all comms in general, because they control basically all the communications networks. So the only way you're getting any message across is Pony fucking Express. Comms, religious order, tech control, Lost Empire. That sounds very Warhammer 40k. They were both, BattleTech and 40k were being created at the exact same time. Like, almost word for, I think BattleTech is slightly older, but BattleTech has been a game system, a tabletop game system, for as long, if not longer, than 40k has. So, and it went the same route that 40k had in terms of they had a bunch of different authors write books and stories in the universe. So it's this very fleshed out, detailed universe with its own history that's heavily established. Only the history really starts in like the 28 or 2900s and then goes until like the meat of the universe, like what most games take place in, is between 3018, 3015 and 3050. It's the course of like 40 years. Yeah, the first succession war. What you're telling me is that 40k Emperor and the AT&T overlords in BattleTech would disapprove of the printing press. Not necessarily. They would, Comstar would confiscate the printing press and hoard it in their troves of technology because it could be used for something they want to use in the future. But they aren't, like, unlike the 40k universe, BattleTech still advances in technology. Objectively, the printing press is a forerunner to freedom of speech and thought, etc. Comstar would not let anyone else other than themselves control the means of distributing ideas. They would 100% control all transmissions. They wouldn't allow a new technology for transmission of information without them being present. I don't think it was the first by a year or a few months. That's when I started playing. Had the Harmony Gold lawsuit not happened, BattleTech might have been as big as bigger than 40K. I don't know if it would have survived the early 2000s. FASA was fucking broke. Even before the Harmony Gold lawsuit, they were kind of running out of ideas. And even during that time period, Games Workshop was fucking crashing. They were failing as well. Between like 2000 and 2010 was really dark for all tabletop games. Even like TTRPGs were not doing well during that time period. It was the 2010s on that kind of had this rebirth. Yes, of course, as well. Clock Harmony Gold. They're the reason why we don't have more mecha and mech stories and mech things in the United States. Mech genre that was imported from Japan was starting to have an impact on the future creators of stories and cartoons and movies in the late in the 80s and into the 90s, and you can see that sort of like rise of mech related stuff in the late 90s, early 2000s, and then the FAFSA got hit with the Harmony Gold lawsuit, and also with like all these other problems because Harmony Gold sucks, and basically mech died. Mecha died at that point. The only thing that survived was Gundam, because it had nothing to do with Harmony Gold. So all of the like wonderful video games and television stuff that was coming from Japan, that was coming into America to influence people, were just stopped altogether. Oh, I remember. 2010 was very dark for PC space games. And for someone saying we should have mechs in Star Citizen, I agree. I'd love to have mechs in Star Citizen, but I'd also love to see ground gameplay improve. One of the things that I am enthusiastic about is that Sean Tracy really loves the scale of war. Probably because he was a soldier in actual war, so he wanted to like express what that's like to people. Like I think he may have been a Canadian soldier. I know he's Canadian, but he was served in active duty, got injured on active duty, and then when he was recouping, he learned how to make video games. And one of the first things he did was make MechWarrior Living Legends with his brother. And talking with him about it, about his passion for it, it's really, he loved that scale of seeing everything from the tiny soldier perspective all the way up to the giant machines perspective. And that vision drove him forward to try to make that, and hopefully do in Star Citizen similar idea. I think he served in Afghanistan, yeah. But I know he's Canadian, so I don't know if he was like in the Canadian Armed Forces, the U.S. Armed Forces, something like that. Hey, Paul, do you think we'll ever get a 425A? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I'll do it when I do the primer, Jaded, talking about the fall of the Star League. I'll try to keep it brief so people can kind of get it, but the big thing to remember about the BattleTech universe is that the Great Houses existed long before anything else existed. So as humanity spread amongst the stars, Great Houses were formed in some of these far-flung colony worlds because it was still very difficult to communicate back and forth. And those Great Houses secured power and started to control more and more. And as they expanded their influence, they began to bump into each other's spheres of influence and started to war over these different places. And it was only thanks to a clever political move by the Camerons, by House Cameron, that they were able to unify all of the houses together to create the Star League. House Cameron, House Kurita, House Steiner, House Davian, House Merrick, and House Kurita. Right where I say House Kurita. House... Oh, the fucking green boys. I never remember their name. Liao and House Liao. Terran Habitchimi was the Camerons. And once these great houses combined together to form one massive, singular government of humanity, they weren't the only ones. There were other human polities that existed that were much smaller than these houses, and they were fucking scared because this massive group of now unified under one banner was now being found under one banner, was insanely strong and was doing new technological developments in war and in peace. They developed the HPG system, which is the hyperpulse generator system, which is the fashion-like telecommunication systems they have. They built insanely expensive but insanely powerful warships with jump capabilities. They built mechs that were incredibly advanced for their time and would never probably be challenged until the clans showed up. So how xenophobic generalizations. I feel like everyone kind of gets painted with generalizations, though. Because, like, Kurita is Space Japan, Liao is Space China. But then you've got House Steiner, which is Space Germany. Now, I'm always confused with Davian and Merrick, because, like, Merrick always struck me more as America, and then, but Davian sort of is America. And then you've got the peripheries, yeah, like the Canopin, the Turians and the Canopins. And the clans were only truly challenged by one clan, Clan Waffle House. Yes. Merrick is Asia Minor, and Davian is France, England. Okay. Yeah, it's Davian. Yeah, I'm talking about the Star League. Because the idea is that once they created this golden age of technological progression, they still were doing a bunch of fucky fuck shit, but they were, like, for the vast majority of humanity, it was really, really good. Everything was doing great. And then everything fell apart. when everything fell apart at the very end of it all, the once everything fell apart, the houses decided to go to war against each other once more. When the Star League fell and House Cameron fell, and everyone was fighting over Earth to control Earth because it was the ceremonial capital. And while people were going back to bludgeoning each other, the head of the Star League Defense Force and some of his generals, and took all of their technology that they had, all of their best scientists and researchers and pilots and mechs and best ships they had, the entire fucking fleet, and they left the galaxy to as far away as they could to get away from the coming apocalypse that was the succession wars. And a couple people stayed behind specifically to protect the HBG network, which would eventually become Comstar, because it was at that point it was Starcom or something like that. It was Starlink Communications was what it was. And Blake, I think wasn't it? The founder of Comstar was Blake. And so the only thing that kept the entire what's now known as the inner sphere from falling the fuck apart was the fact that Comstar was a violent organization that was going to impose order over its HPG network. And because they had the best mechs and the best technology and the people who knew how to actually build shit, they were left the fuck alone. But once the Starlink Defense Force had fled, once the Exodus fleet had left the inner sphere, basically all technology was gone. Anything that was left that could make things was bombed out of existence or ripped to pieces. Brutal destruction of what was left of humanity to scramble for power. And in the wake of the First Succession War, basically a mech became lost technology. Blake was the head of Comstar. Okay, yeah. Comstar made the First Succession War worse because they protected the HPG network and would do anything to protect it, including fuck over people and make things worse. Cut people off if they need to. So, after the First Succession War, it usually takes place after the Second Succession War. Most games of BattleTech or MechWarrior do. You have a situation where technology is reverted. I think, in fact, BattleTech is where we get the term Lost Tech from, because they were the ones who that's what's referred to as Lost Tech, LOSTECH, Lost Tech, which effectively means lost technology. So there's some mechs that are so rare and some technology that is so rare in the BattleTech universe that it's impossible to remake because all the knowledge of how to make it is gone. So if you get a hold of it, it's basically like having a invaluable weapon. But it's not just Lost Tech isn't just weapons, it's also like the ability to build warships that are jump capable is gone. No one knows how to build jump capable warp capable jump capable warships. No one has the funds or the infrastructure to build one either. Also a lot of civilian tech, yeah.
So the interesting thing about the stories of BattleTech and MechWarrior is often they revolve around discovering caches of old Star League era technology, stuff that had been stuffed in a bunker somewhere and covered up during all the chaos to try to make sure that people didn't get a hold of it. So you can get insanely powerful mechs or technology to help entire civilizations flourish. I mean, we have lost technology in our age too. No one knows how to make the original F1 engines used to make Saturn V anymore. And I would say the difference between BattleTech and say 40K is that in the 40K universe, it is heresy to try to build new technology or to figure out how technology works. Whereas in the BattleTech universe, if a house felt like they could build a new mech or figure out how to build old lost tech material, they would do it. They put resources to it, only if they thought they could. The problem is if Karita got their hands on some rare, like, technology that's designed to purify water, Davian and Steiner would never let them do it. They would invade or hire mechs to go blow it up or try to steal it, because that would be an advantage that they can't allow them to have. No. So Fishbait, I actually have a channel dedicated to mechs that I haven't done anything with. It's called Mecha-Paul. Mecha-Paul? The Mecha-Paul. Yeah, the Mecha-Paul. And then I also, but the reason why I'm talking about this is because I am going to be doing lore for BattleTech. Or Consort blow it up because it's new tech that's controlled by them, yeah. And my point is that, like, this, to wrap this all up, one of the reasons why I love the BattleTech universe is that this is all logical because it fits with how games of BattleTech work. It fits with how games of MechWarrior. It's a great way of using the mechanics, the logic, and the mechanics of the game to explain why are mechs so expensive to build and maintain? Because of lost tech. And why isn't anyone making new things? Because if you try to make new things, either Comstar, one of the great houses, are going to fucking kill you or try to steal it. It becomes very difficult for you to try to advance technologically when one side or the other is trying to keep you down. And I would say that is one of the disadvantages of the Star Citizen universe, especially with Star Citizen lore, is while they have explanations as to why technology seems to be kind of even backwards in some cases for what we have, it's never really bothered to be explained because CIG doesn't know what the actual universe is going to look like when they're done. I'll link it. I'll link the Mecha-Paul channel. There you go. So I will eventually start uploading stuff to that, but when I do, I'll have to be more frequent with it than I am now. That's gonna be it. I was gonna leave her a little earlier than I got talking about BattleTech lore. It's not an office hours unless we get a sidetracked with something else. But I wanted to end on a happy note because my point being, I'm still doing Star Citizen stuff. I'm still gonna do Star Citizen lore. I'm still gonna do Star Citizen gameplay and that kind of stuff. I love this game. I like playing it, but I like to keep it realistic. And I understand that at this point, the game is not in a good place. So tomorrow, we'll be continuing our Hot Mech Summer playthrough with Mech Warrior 5 Mercenaries with Loken. So we'll be doing some of that tomorrow as well. Saturday is going to be Captain's Table. I know we have one person. I have to reach out to see if I can get more people to come on. Because I know I've got... I don't have anybody to come on right now. So I'll have to reach out and see if I can get anyone to talk about alien ships. I'm going to see if I can't browbeat Execute and maybe Thrusters and Dusters like that to talk about it. So... and when we talk about GATAC, when we talk about alien ships in general, what's look like in the future, and then on Sunday we'll be doing I think we're doing a possibly a league event. If not, then I'll just be hanging out. And I'm going to be doing my Zero to Hero. With that being said, I'm also going to be doing a lore video for Star Citizen tomorrow. I'll try to finish that up and release it. And it'll be available for everybody else next week. And I'll also be doing another video, record and edit a video for the Patreons this weekend. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.